You don't care about... Alright, cool. Good to know. Well, in that case, thank you for your generosity. I appreciate it. And it's time to technically stream just started. Yeah, there you go, exactly. I guess it's time to do the thing? I guess we're doing the thing, right? We're going to the liberation rite. And we're gonna liberate some people. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. We're gonna see if we can get Volfred enough experience to be liberated. And we're gonna see what happens. I don't know. I mean, it started life as a wagon, Neto-N, but then it became a ship, and now it's got wings. So, you know, things move on. Something appears different now about the sacred mountain west of here. The lands near Emperor's Ascent and Emperor's Fall appear ashen. On the other hand, the once precarious regions below, which you know as Temple Highroad and Temple Cistern, seem swept clean by the elements. Volfred observes all this alongside you. Oh no, is Grius waking up? We have been deliberately dissuaded from asking that question, Neto-N. We don't know, and we're never going to find out.
Tembra Livros.
It is though the entire downside now is well aware that soon the cycle of the rites shall cease to turn. The weather lately has been very much unusual, to say the least. We're talking about the wagon, Joe. We're talking about the wagon. We don't know why it does what it does. We just know that it does. In this case, however, it appears to have afforded us a bit of a shortcut. We should be able to make landing closer to Scribe's Gate now. I don't want to land closer to Scribe's Gate! I want more time to do vocations! I need to get Volfred enough experience that he's in the top 3, and I don't think it's gonna happen. Just as well, I think all of us are feeling rather more on edge these days. A swifter journey to the summit means that we can all conserve our strength for the coming trial. How about, instead of conserving strength, we play like an extra right, just one extra right, and get our boy Volfred onto the top of the charts. Sir Gilman shall gain favor. That's certainly a thing. Bertrude shall gain favor. Well, Sir Gilman is more likely than anybody else to be in the party. Why Groot hasn't... Questions. Questions without answers, Neto-N. You arrive once more among the sublime grandeur of Mount Elodium. It appears that Barker and the Dissidents... Oh, we're playing against the Dissidents. That's unusual. Have already arrived along the other route. Isn't it just this symbol? He's got the symbol of the rights on his forehead? Oh, it's a different symbol. I don't know what this symbol is. It is just a symbol. An symbol. 4150. 4170. He's not going to beat 5630. No matter how much I try, he's not going to beat 5630. There is no way I'm going to be able to liberate Volfred here. It's just not going to happen. Sad. Extremely sad. How are we doing here? Hey! 69% probability of success. Nice. A chance at liberty presents itself again. I do not know yet whom to choose this time. The group is so accommodating, yet I know they look to me to make the best decision for us all. Bad and sad. Yes, all of those things. I don't know what I'm gonna do then. Who am I gonna send? Bertrude's even worse off! She's even lower than Volfred. I have not used Bertrude in many rights. It's looking like... Let me take a look at these numbers again. It's looking like Sir Gilman, I think. I really don't think I have better options here than sending Sir Gilman up. Like, I feel like sending up Shay... Shay is cool, but I don't think Shay is going to be useful. And Pamitha definitely has the potential to be actively unuseful. Like, Pamitha's a weird kid anyway. So, like, it's gotta be Gilman out of those three, right? Like, I don't really have... Like, I have choices. But, like, I don't really have choices, you know? Alright, let's seek the Cursed Scribe's favor. With some time to spare after having landed, you join Sir Gilman on a brief expedition to the monument of Jomir Menimane. This knight now understands what he must do. His good companions, they inspire him to greater deeds. He shall prove to them that he is worthy of their friendship. Surely he can have his honor back, if they see fit. Shay is an important part of the Blitzball team. Agreed. As for an important part of the Revolution team, I have questions. Also, I don't want to split up her and Elmer. I think this is probably the last stream of it, Icarus, but yeah, it's still going for now. You return to the wagon once he has finished paying his respects. You have occasion once more to pursue your vocations. +2 presents. Forage for resources, or mentor a companion. I mean, I could try mentoring, Volfred and see how much he gets. But he needs to get... He's at 65? And Shay is at 50. He needs to get 1,100. He needs to get 1,100 in order to do the thing. And I think this gives him an even 1,000. Certainly, I would appreciate your point of view. You sit down with Volfred to go over some of the subtler aspects of the rites, such as the state of banishment and how to return from it. You sense he is beginning to understand. I was right, it is an even 1,000! Long did I bide my time in anticipation that one day the Nightwings would reform under a common cause. To be a part of it myself, it nourishes the spirit. I'm trying, my dude. I did my best. I really did my best. 65.70. No, 51.50. 51.50. Problematic. What are we giving you? This monster? While Volfred and his allies are banished, adversaries are slowed and cannot use abilities. I've only seen one of those, Netoen, and I used it earlier on. I'm regretting it now, but, I mean, at the time, it made sense to use it, because I basically used it for the same purpose. I wanted to get a particular person in the running to get them liberated. I just wish I had known that this kind of situation was going to come up later. I mean, I should have known. If it came up once, it was going to come up again, but that's life, I guess. I like the idea of being able to detonate the sapling. That seems great. Banishment as failure is a time for careful introspection. Also a time for your opponents to introspect. Well, that's the best I can do. That's the best I can do. I tried, you guys. I tried. Onward and upward to what is probably the last liberation rite. Again, you stand before Scribe's Gate, where the Gate Guardian regards you all above an archway carved from stone. The exiles of the Nightwings. You must know by now that once the stars no longer shine, the rites shall cease. For now, step forth. Except for you, Tariq. You stay right there. Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared. And as for me... You shall not blaspheme under the gate again. Do we understand each other, Tariq? Aye, Celeste. I apologize for my behavior before. I shall adhere more strictly to my duties. This is like the one time I am ever going to sympathize with Tariq. She does not want you, my dude. Back off.
Be sure of it. Now, each of you, come forth. Please state your names, and what is it that you seek while crossing Scribe's Gate?
One by one, your companions cross the gate until it is your time to do so, and you follow them in turn. The gate guardian regards you all, then waves you through toward the summit.
The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory.
Som de
Look at him. Look at his eyes. He's looking her straight in the eyes. He's just like, what do you want?
Am I free to accompany them, Celeste? Or shall I remain here?
She's not having any of it. She looks at him a while.
You are free to accompany them, Tariq.
Recosta Fara.
As you will, Celeste. Until we meet upon the summit, then.
Here we go. Time for what is probably the final rite.
Oh, it's you guys. Well, come on in, I guess. You got here right on time. 'Cause I was just thinking, maybe I would close a little early here, you know? Business has been real good and everything. It's just, it's been a little slow. In spots, a little slow is all. So I was thinking, maybe I should do a sale? What would you say to that?
Falcon Ron wishes to know your thoughts about a potential sale. A good, well-promoted sale might be just the thing to shake things up. It is important from an economic standpoint to not undercut the value of well-crafted goods. Well, I mean, I want things for cheaper, so go for it. You suggest to Falcon Ron that a sale might be a good idea to liven things up a bit.
Well, I guess maybe that's a way to look at things, and so then I'm gonna think about it. Stew on it a while, but no promises, okay? So, you buying something here or what?
I don't know. Maybe or what? What is this? Whoa! It's the effect from Jodariel's ability. I could just banish people whenever I want. That's great. Well, buy this. You can have this black apple. You can also have this downberry, I guess. Blue apples. I don't need blue apples. This allows me to unlearn masteries. I kind of don't care. But none of these are plus experience, which is really the thing I need right now. On the other hand, if I believe that I am never going to get the chance to buy things from Ron again, I kind of do believe that, might as well just spend as much money as I can. I got 130. What can I buy for 130? I got an 11 here. I got an actual 16, which will bring me down to 1. I don't want to buy that cursed thing. I do not want to buy the cursed thing. 45 will bring me down to 90. There's a 70. Could buy some scribe snuff for 70 and 90. Are there any of these? None of these are things that I care about, right? I mean, none of them are things that I care about that I can purchase. That's probably a better way of phrasing it. Alright, sure. Buy this one. Alright. I got 66 more to spend. How am I spending 66 dollarinos? I got a 60. Is there any way to do better? 25 and 40? 25 and 40. Done. There we go. Spent it all. Hopefully this wasn't a mistake.
You guys take care, okay? And thanks for doing business.
I didn't get any new pages for that? Lame. Have I gotten all of the pages that I can from Falcon Ron? I do believe I have. There are no new pages to be revealed. Well then. This was maybe a waste of money. But that's okay. All money is a waste anyway. Why be attached to material things? Once more, the time has come for the liberation rite, where one among you can go free if you prevail. Freedom is likewise at stake for your adversaries, the dissidents. As your companions gather under the fall, awaiting the commencement of this vital rite, the lone minstrel finds you and regards you in his calm fashion. Night is falling. These moments, prior to each commencement, I must admit, they give me pause, knowing so much is at stake during the trial that is to come. Tell me something, would you, reader, to ease the waiting for us both. I have traveled far and wide, even beyond these lands. Demon! However, the Commonwealth I know only through word and song. I sometimes think on what life would be like out there. If you were not ensnared within this place and free to roam your country, what would you have done with all your days and years rather than striving here under the stars? What would I have done with myself in the Commonwealth? Maybe you would have tended the land. I don't think so. Maybe you would have sailed across the seas. Maybe. Maybe you would have retired to the outskirts. Maybe you would have fought for freedom. I probably would have retired to the outskirts. I mean, I'm assuming that I just want to read and be left in peace to read, and all of this is like, well, better than nothing. You long to find some solitude out there, though of a different sort than all the solitude available in such abundance in the downside here. You would have lived out your days in peace, beyond the bustle of the Commonwealth, and in a manner closer to the olden times. I don't know about that. I like my luxuries as much as the next guy. I just want to be left alone to read in peace. Without, you know, worrying about cops busting down my door for reading illegally. Peace be with you then, reader, wherever it is that your travels shall take you, in this life or the next. Just then, the lone minstrel looks forth, and you see that it is time. The stars above, though faint, begin to burn. I'm thinking none of these. There's not a lot of need for Titan stars right now. Unless I just want to go ham and do all of these. Because I'm a glutton for punishment. God, how bad would it be if I actually selected all of the Titan stars? But it'd be plus 43% more experience! I think it would be actually impossible. I am okay at this game, but I am not great. Yeah, I think that would not go well for me. I think that would not go well for me at all. The burden of the question of who most deserves their freedom is about to weigh upon you once again.
The stars that yet remain aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now participate. The glorious tradition which you and that instigator Wolfred seek to undermine.
That's not
'Tis
a correct
my
reading of what we're doing,
sincerest hope
buddy.
Your adversaries in this liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the
You're a
dissidents
tool.
soon douse those flames of yours. Let us get on with the proceedings then.
Indeed.
Volunta lorigas.
Let us proceed to commence.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared.
Volunta lorigas.
I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared.
Regeta noxalas.
Then, anointed one of the dissidents, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings.
Barker bursts out from some hidden corner, laughing as he paws at his mask.
A real pleasure to be here, mates, truly. Barker Ashpaws. Call me Barker, though, alright? By the by, it was a real pisser getting here, you know.
Sentira lostium.
Begging your pardon, Barker Ashpaws. You thusly speak upon the summit of the sacred mountain? Oh my! So terribly sorry to offend you there, lassie. I forgot we got the stars above there to make me watch my language. Though, let's get one thing straight, lassie. I don't give a bother for your sacred mountain, so you take it and you shove it! Me and my pack, we're here just for the laughs, you got that? The other side ain't any better than this one. We ain't interested in your freedom! But just the same, we're going to get it! Take it from those wee little babes they're so antsy for it. Hear that, you Nightwings? You better put up a good fight here, or I ain't gonna be happy, understand?
Then he shoves his mask back on.
Right! Come on then, let's hurry up and get this damn thing started.
What a character.
Noxalas.
Nightwings, on whose behalf shall you conduct this liberation rite? Choose, quickly.
I like Barker. I wish there was more Barker in this game.
Volunta liberatus.
May you heed your heart in making your choice, reader.
Parece prama.
I trust you are prepared to play the hymns with me, Tariq.
Volunta seres.
He's got it bad.
Always, Celeste.
Alright. Well, Gilman, your honor is about to be restored. What am I giving to Gilman? Do I want to give Gilman the Flame Leech? I could give Gilman his scale. The big jumps. Extremely large jumps for Sir Gilman. Kind of don't care. I do like Triesta's Plume for Pamitha. I think I like Flame Leech for Gilman. Who else would I give it to? Dude, Malith's tail is crazy. I think I want to bring in Bertrude. I think we're going to go Gilman, Volfred, Bertrude. I think that's the plan. So Gilman is going to get Flame Leech. Because Gilman is going to be my primary scorer. Volfred is going to get a ring because presence. Because presence is absolutely the answer. Yeah, here, enjoy. And Bertrude is going to stick with the tail, because that seems amazing. I can't... Talisman is at the highest rank. Okay. What about... Flame Leech doesn't have a rank. Alright, well, it is what it is. Am I finally gonna remember about saluting?
Sir Gilman.
Has this knight at last regained his honor? Let us now find out! Gilman, I feel like honor is something that you hold within you, not something that is granted from the outside. But if this is what you need in order to feel like you've regained your honor, I am happy to grant it to you.
Who shall lend him support?
Oh, maybe I bring in Shay. Maybe I bring in Shay instead of Bertrude. Shay's a monster, too. Well, we're definitely bringing in Volfred, so that's easy.
Volfred.
Prepare yourself, Sir Gilman, for on this night the Nightwings shall prevail in your name and set you free. I'm not sure if I want an additional scorer or an additional, like, defensive character. On the other hand, Bertrude can score. Bertrude has big jumps. Like, she is definitely set up in a way that if I want to, I can go pick up the thing and just immediately jump into their goal. But I think I like Shay. Oh my god, she has infinite stamina while holding the orb. Yeah, Shay, get in there. What am I giving you? I don't know about that. I don't care about that. Here, just deal infinite damage. How do you feel about that? Deal 30 damage when you connect. Does that sound good? That sounds great.
Shay.
Me? Of course, I'll do my best. This is important.
If that is all, then.
Alright then, mates. No more waiting. No more holding back. And let's rip 'em to shreds. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
I don't think so, you guys. I just...
Commence.
Ooh. No. Oh, that's no good. Look at the distance on this guy. Ooh. Whoa! Nice. Except not. Alright, alright. They want to make a fight out of it. That's cool. Ah, that was no good. Woo. Oh! Big auras! Doesn't matter. They're making me work for it though. This is like, this is good. This is a good match. What in the... Alright mate, something's gone right funny with that orb as I can tell. Better laugh it up while we still can, eh? Indeed, something strange seems to have happened to the celestial orb. It shudders now, as though possessed of the same chaotic power as your adversaries. What does that mean? Oops. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm still just gonna win, is really the plan. Ooh, or not. What? How did I whiff? That's so weird. Well, anyway. 100%.
Their worth. Their adversaries they defeated utterly.
Not wrong. Should have taken some stars just to keep it interesting.
Right. And thus the scribes have
Thus
chosen
ends the liberation rites.
the exile
Probably.
appointed by the Nightwings shall be free.
You're so bitter!
Absolved of all misdeeds.
What a
Return
maroon,
to
this guy.
glory in the Commonwealth.
That's right.
His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Yeah, this rightful sentences crap is, not gonna fly with me, I think. What a joke. Here I was thinking we were gonna make him cry after all this. Come on, mates. I've right had it with this stuck-up place. Let's get out of here already, aye? Up goes Gilman. Sir Gilman stares at nothing in particular. You sense he is still taking in what has transpired, and what it means for him. So then, this night he is to be free! He is to be free! Nay, but that would mean... Why, that would mean his honor is restored! One cannot go back unto our commonwealth by any other means! This night's exile was self-wrought, his disgrace profound, that he has been atoned under the eye of the Underking, and those of all his noble comrades! He begins to grow very emotional, and then... And this knight loves you all! Oh, I'm getting choked up over here. Sir Gilman, what a guy. He loves you all! That you would strive for him, and let him join your noble quest! This knight does not feel as though he is deserving of this outcome, yet the result appears inarguable. Even now, this knight is drawn into the Shimmer Pool. Our time grows brief. Oh, all of a sudden I'm really worried. What if Aurelek shows up? What if Aurelek pushes him out of the way and dives in, just like Arisa did? Therefore, know this, beloved friends! This knight shall ever strive on your behalf, there in the Commonwealth. Though his honor may have been restored, his true journey only now begins. I'm really worried. And so, good friends of the Nightwings, this night must now bid you farewell. However, I bet my roommates can hear me yelling like this. The bonds we formed together shan't be broken by mere distance, nay! Not like that's gonna stop me, though. Strive on, good friends! Strive on! Well, he's made it into the Shimmer Pool, alright. You can still hear Sir Gilman as he vanishes into the Shimmer Pool. These voice clips, though. If this lowly knight could have achieved such glory, surely can you all! For now, farewell, farewell! May he return in
Godspeed,
glory.
Sir Gilman. Perhaps the scribes are watching even now.
Man, what a trip.
Watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close.
What a pessimist. No Titan stars.
Now take your execrable companion someplace else.
What a dick! I guess anybody who's like an archduke or archbishop or whatever his actual title is probably going to be a dick anyway. You prevailed in the liberation against the dissidents. Already does the Black Wagon feel quieter than usual without Sir Gilman, who returned to the Commonwealth. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. It never grows easier having to say farewell to one of our own.
The scribes will see his safe return.
You wonder who, if anyone among you, shall be the next to go. Our plan approaches a key turning point. Let us ensure it soon comes to fruition, not only for ourselves here, but for our companions and our loved ones in the Commonwealth. What are our numbers? How'd we do? 6%! Alright! That's, about as good as could possibly be expected. I don't think anybody I've sent up has increased the plan by more than 6%. But we have little time now for reflection into this. Look yonder, reader. The stars demand we go already. Let us help them usher in the end of all this. Oh! We get another one! I'm kind of surprised. I was not actually expecting for there to be any more. You turn your attention to the glimmer of the stars. Their current rate of disappearance suggests another liberation rite shall be coming very soon. How many of them are lit? Or only those 3? Okay. I don't think we've gone back to Lu yet. We've definitely been at Kaelmer. And we've definitely been at Jomir numerous times. One right till next liberation, you guys. It is becoming more and more evident just how few liberation opportunities remain. I expect they shall soon present themselves one after the other. Then let us make ready and end this. Alright, so we are still going to be able to send up Volfred. That's good. It looks like we're going to have to face the Chastity in the next liberation, right? I'm okay with that. I think I'm okay with that. Alright, let's, don't want to face Chastity. We can face the Withdrawn. I think that's okay. I've got a second victory against everybody here. So I'm not going to reveal any pages based on who I fight. I might reveal pages based on where I fight. And I know I've fought at Jomir and Kaelmer. So maybe I go to Lu just in case I haven't been there. I think I haven't been there. I think we're gonna go here. Let's do it. I don't remember though. Now the stars bid you to return to the Glade of Lu, where you shall stand against the Withdrawn once again. Your adversary, Witch Udmild, likely knows the cycle of the rites is drawing to a close. Her last remaining chance to earn the favor of the scribes and then regain her freedom likely hinges on the outcome of this next rite. It's pretty impossible for you to gain enough favor to be in the next liberation rite, lady. Sorry. The cycle of the rites is soon to end, the exiles of the downside striving to be free. Your adversaries, your companions, even you yourself are running out of time. Bertrude's got something to say. Following the successful outcome of the liberation rite, you find Bertrude muttering something to herself. You hear some of the words as you approach. Shouldst thou seekest darkness, then may nightfall come to thee in time. Shouldst thou seekest courage, then may bravery soon bloom within thy heart. Shouldst thou seekest water, then may the oceans open wide for thee. Shouldst thou seekest fortune, then You recognize it as the Bog Benediction, an old blessing of goodwill from the southern bogs, never uttered there in modern times. Fascinating. Though you have never heard it said aloud. Then Bertrude sees you there and cuts short the chant.
Care thee to explain thy presence, reading one? We were amidst an invocation, which must now begin anew. 'Tis for the Worm Knight, if thou needest know, to speed him on his homeward journey. The Worm Knights are a distant kin. Unlike their ilk, ours have but passing interest in the sea. There, within the depths, we have long seen that which is to be seen. Nevertheless, the distant kin is kin. That foolish Worm Knight, surely he could never have survived his years if not for divine aid. Thus, we wish to provide him more. And perhaps the Worm Knight, easily underestimated as he is, perhaps he shall turn out to be of some small benefit, as part of Sandalwood's designs.
She glares at you intently for a moment. She likes him. That's cute.
Mistake thee not these actions for affection,
It's totally affection.
not for a longing for the loudness of this place to escalate ever again to volumes such as only his incessant shouting could achieve.
Oh, methinks the lady doth protest too much.
Now leave us, reading one. The invocation must be finished ere the Worm Knight finally arrives upon the shores beyond this land, before his homecoming.
She turns away from you and then begins her chant again.
Shouldst thou seekest Serta, then may the elements be merciful to thee. Shouldst thou seekest kinship, then may thy kin hold memory of thee. Shouldst thou seekest darkness.
You leave her to the benediction. The Worm Knight's absence is already felt. You know, however, that he will strive with all his might on your behalf there, on the other side. Believable. New page, on history. This book cannot accompany you if you should earn your freedom. It is to remain here for your successors, for it is bound together inextricably with us. There is no sorcery, however, to prohibit you from spreading forth its teachings. We charge you to go forth and share what you have learned along your path. Reveal not the rites themselves, nor the existence of this book. Transcend its bounded limitations, for it cannot be transcribed. Any such attempts shall fail. Beware of those who would dare to read it on the other side. Under their guise of seeking wisdom may yet lurk a much darker desire to undo that which we strive to do. Ooh. That's definitely an interesting note. So where can we still gain pages? More liberation rights. Prevail over adversaries. Which adversaries are there left to prevail over? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's all of them. There are no more adversaries. I guess the True Nightwings is the last adversary to prevail over. Alright, sure. That's done. That's done. Visit landmarks. Which landmarks are left? Ridge of Gol, Spring of Jomur, Caernarvon Ub, Melith, Kaelmer, Triesta, the Glade of Lu, and the Fall of Solium. Which landmarks are left? I guess when I'm flying, I can take a look. Definitely none of the ones that we had options. Return to different regions, sure. Downside Prairie, Jomur Valley. I feel like I should be writing this down. Deathless Tempest, Black Basin, Mount Elodior. There's a lot more things. I don't think so. She's been very clear that she doesn't want me to talk to her anymore. Despite this line.
Why, hello, my lovely reader. What might I do for you?
Yeah, she's got nothing on her mind. She might have something on her mind next time we get a scribe trial, but I think we're out of scribe trials. I do believe we have trialed all of the scribes. Actually, yeah, I am gonna write this down. Hang tight a sec, folks. Just so I have a good sense of places that I can still go. Deathless Tempest. Black Basin. Wait. Okay, yeah. Start with Downside Prairie. Jamir. Excuse me, do not autocorrect this thing. Flagging Hands. Deathless Tempest. Black Basin. Mount Elodial. That's it? There's definitely more places than this. That's interesting. Alright. Let's do that continuation thing. At dawn, your companions are prepared to depart. Everyone is silent. Your travels are to take you back to the Glade of Lu. But soon after, the stars shall draw you here again. It's probably true. In fact, I know it to be true for certain. I know that our next battle is a liberation rite. Well, I'm never coming back here. Aha. So we can either land at Needlefield or Cinderroot. Something of value, or... Pamitha expressed... I don't care. We're definitely going with Shay. So we're landing at Cinderroot. But, what are my other options? What are other places that matter? There's not places that matter over here. There's just the Fall of Solium. The book has already revealed to us information about the Nest of Trieste, as well as the Glade of Lu, as well as the Isle of Kaelmer. We've been there. I know we have not gone back to the Hulk of Ores. That's a place that we haven't revisited. Okay. Well, I believe we're not going to have any more chances to do it, but that's certainly a thing to have that maybe should have been kept in mind earlier. We don't need to go back to the Pinwheel ever again. The Spring, the Cairn, and the Ridge. Alright, that's all the places. Yeah, alright. Let's get this done then. Sorry, Pamitha, you don't matter! Anything to do here? Nothing? Okay. Let's search for valuables then. At Shay's behest, you explore the untamed flora of Cinderroot. However, the search proves fruitless and you see little reason to keep at it.
I think that maybe I was wrong about there being something here, because I think there isn't now.
You exchange some words of consolation as you head back to the Black Wagon, where you should still have time to pursue your vocations. So I could forage, or I could mentor an companion. What are you at these days, my dude? 6150. 6630. 67. And Bertrude at 41. Alright, so we can definitely send Volfred up now without needing to worry about mentoring. So let's see if we can't find something valuable. You sense something Falcon Ron values here. You sense a source of enlightenment here. That's also a thing that we could have done at one point. A source of enlightenment, though, is only going to be the same amount as if we had pursued mentorship. So, like, what's the point? Like, I don't want... If I didn't want to mentor people, I wouldn't... Like, there's no point. It's just, sure. Let's get something Falcon Ron values. Shave wood. Cool. Onward to the Glade of Loot. Every time the wagon sort of rolls off in a direction and goes behind something or goes off screen, I find myself 100% convinced that it's gonna do like the cartoon door opening thing where it like drives off this way, disappears behind a tree, and then shows up from behind something else coming in the other direction. It's only done that once so far, but I expect it to do it every time, and I'm usually wrong.
Oh, hey, guys. You know, it seems so awful quiet now, I gotta say. Without that slippery little character what used to hang around with you, I mean. Talks like this a lot, know what I mean? Hope he found that honor thing he's always going on about. We don't got that in stock just now.
Wow. Oh, wow. I can't afford it. Well, I think we should change that. Oh. Yeah, too right. Guai Taish. Still buying this thing. Alu Guai Taish. Alright, cool. We did it. The thing. We did the thing. The thing we did. I'm not buying anything else from you. There is nothing new here. We're done.
Thanks for stopping by, guys. Thanks for stopping by, Taish.
Do I have anything to do in here? Anything? Anything meaningful? Alright. Let's, do it up! The mood is more dour than usual as you make preparations for the coming rite. A hush has fallen over your fellow exiles, and a sense of dread hangs in the air. At least one of your companions is unfazed. We sense the influence of one of our own. She is nearby. Her mind, corrupted, calls out, screaming. Canst thou hear it, perhaps? She speaks of Witch Udmild, the adversary whom you expect to face this night. The witch, she doth revere an ancient god undying and unyielding on this land and on her consciousness. We may attempt an exorcism here, for the conditions are unique, and she may not be expecting us to be abetting you. However, 'tis a risk, upon her mind and mine own, although a worthwhile risk, perhaps. Bertrude seems to think that Udmild can be weakened somehow through the coming rite. Then the stars above begin to shimmer with their strange light. Does that mean I need to bring Bertrude? I'll bring Bertrude. I'm okay with that. There, the star of Islak. Our adversary worships it and whom it represents. Fixate upon that star, reading one. If thou so darest, invoke its power. Do so, and our adversary Udmild, she shall be emboldened, but also left vulnerable to our own sorceries. We may yet limit her ambitions thus. I'm in it. Alright. Let it never be said that I would shy away from a challenge. Islak is a pain, though. This is gonna be hard. However, worth it. I am all in on exorcising Witch Udmild.
It
and
seems
hopefully
the stars
freeing
once
her
more have mustered wherewithal
from
to
the
usher in
influence
the rites.
of the unnamed
The
Astroborn.
sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending.
It's your fault, buddy.
Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free.
I mean,
Yet still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course. Some of us still honor the tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
you have perverted the teachings of the scribes to your own end. How dare you?
What have we here? Ye have returned once more unto our presence. We sent something among ye. Who?
Bertrude slithers forth and gazes at her adversary.
Thou maggot! We should have known.
But Bertrude does not respond.
Ye Nightwings, that one shall be of little benefit to ye. That one's sorceries are a mere pittance to the overwhelming might of Yislak. Soon ye shall see.
Questionable.
Reading one, thou invoketh the star of Yislak. So then beware. Through our sorceries shall Udmil be cast into a hopeless doubt about her faith upon her god. It shall be done if we prevail, but only if. Our own mind shall perhaps be forfeit otherwise.
That's actually kind of scary. Like, Bertrude is literally putting her own mind on the line? Maybe. But, I mean, Bertrude's been a pretty stand-up dude. Like, Bertrude's done a lot of good work. I trust her in this one, I think. It seems that through the outcome of this rite, either Udmild shall be permanently weakened, or Bertrude shall instead.
Who
Fascinating.
shall besmirch the Nightwing's name?
Wow! This guy doesn't quit! Alright, well, we're bringing Bertrude out. We're bringing Volfred out, for sure. Do I have a better choice of a thing? I'm not sure I do. Are any of these good? Quickness? Somebody's got to have the Flame Leech. I think we'll give it to Shay. Shay, you deserve a Flame Leech. I really like this ability. Transports him further than usual, huh? I don't think so. I don't think that's where I want to be. Alright, let's do it.
Volfred.
Shay on top,
Shay.
and Bertrude for zoning down below.
Bertrude. With that out of the way,
Face us, Udmild, with or without the aid of thy dead god, whom thou so cherish needlessly. Now then, Nightwings, ye wish to mock Yislak? Ye, in your infinite foolishness, shall be among the first to suffer!
Lots of bog crones. Whoa! Ha ha!
sad for the withdrawn.
Oh no! Oh, it faded. Got him. Got him! Pretty good.
Audacious, aren't we?
A little. Waha!
Solium Myrrh.
Pounded.
The withdrawn banished to the last. Yes.
I don't know what you think you're trying to do. You cannot do anything. Even with Yislak. The best you can do is nothing at all. One of our own seeketh ye the lifeblood for thyselves, yes? Ye wretched witch. Tampering with eldritch forces, of which ye knowest not, ye forfeit everything for an abomination from the stars. Quaintus! We thought perchance ye sought the true enlightenment, yet ye reveal yourselves to be as narrow as the things with which ye now consort. Did she just say Devourer Islak? These voice clips are getting too real. Islak shall devour ye as all the rest. Islak will do nothing of the sort.
Witch Udmilda. Would that she served the scribes as faithfully
Oh my god, dude.
monstrosity which she adores.
What a monster!
Praise him. Now end the ceremony.
What incredible power! Fulfred! Oh my god! King of the goddamn rights! No one can stand against the sap's might! What power! Nah, how can this be? How can this be? Yislak, answer us! Yislak! Yislak! Witch Udmild continues with her screaming, having been defeated in the right. You observe Bertrude there, fixed in a meditative pose. I hope this works. There. Udmild, relent. Relent. Thy God has not abandoned thee, because thy God is dead. Thy God is dead. Pray to him all thou likest, yet it shall do thee no good. As Bertrude recedes into the shadows, Udmild slumps down, staring at nothing before her. Impossible! This cannot be! Answer us! Answer us! Udmild suffered -5 hope permanently? This is not how I wanted this to end! Oh my god, I just made Udmild suicidal. I thought I would free her from eldritch influences, but no! I just made her want to kill herself. That's not where I thought this was gonna go. Not gonna lie.
The rites do tend to teach something of trust. Apparently, the exiled Bertrude is committed to the path.
This land so rife with eldritch knowledge
Long forbidden in the Commonwealth, we learn the stuff of fear itself.
What do I get? What do I get? What do I get? Is this good? Has less flame than the adversaries. Her adversaries deal -10 to her pyre. Wide angle blast, whatever. Some more damage. Pounces at an adversary. That's interesting. This is monstrous, honestly. This is incredible. So I think I should just go for Serpent Swiftness, because I'm not sure how good Stubborn Flame is. Like, Stubborn Flame is okay. But, you know, if my opponents never score, it doesn't make a difference, does it?
Until the next right. If there even is to be another one.
There's another one. There's another Liberation Rite. The stars said, one more Liberation Rite. Inside the wagon, after prevailing over the withdrawn, Shay is discussing aspects of the outcome with the others when the lone minstrel seeks you out.
Feliz Cavas.
Pardon the interruption, reader, though I need to ask a moment of your time, while the night is clear enough for you to see. Please, come have a look outside. Perhaps the news of your next destination may further stir the hearts of your companions.
Well, I mean, we're going to the Falls of Solium, right? Among what stars yet remain shining in the night, one of them now burns as bright as ever you have seen. Yep, it's the Solium. The Star of Liberation! Oh boy, we get to crush Manly's dreams. That's appealing. Let's be a dream crusher.
Será temperus.
The cycle turns even more quickly now, until such time as it shall shudder to a halt.
They keep saying this and it keeps not ending, which is like, I wonder. You know, I wonder. He makes a sound then, almost like a laugh.
Ugnaresa.
I forget myself, reader. I should not say such things. The scribes, they would say that one ought focus on the path in front of him. When we set forth to walk a long and labored path, it can be all too much if we stand back and look upon it as a whole. We may well decide to turn around. But if we begin to walk while casting down our gaze, and while resisting well the urge to look too far ahead, we may make steady, careful progress.
Censura talium.
Soon enough we may arrive where we endeavored.
The lone minstrel bids you a good evening. You had best retire for the night, for when first daylight comes, it shall be time again to take to the skies. Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly surprised that there was even this much more to the cycle. I will continue to be surprised if there continues to be more. We're down at like 4 people right now. So if I liberate someone again, we'll be at 3. Actual only 3 people left. At that point, it has to end because we're not going to have enough people to perform the rites. So we can have at most 2. And if there is another liberation rite after this rite, I will be very surprised. Very surprised. Well, away we go. Bang! Cool. Somebody's got it out for us. Your wagon reels from the impact of some sort of massive object slamming into it mid-flight. My very surprised... That's my surprised face. Just so you know, when you see it in the upcoming thing, that's my surprised face. Oh, it's Oralek. Maybe we're not going to be able to dream crush Manly. Maybe Oralek will do all of the dream crushing.
False Nightwings. Oralek calls down to all of you from atop his wagon. Again you seek to climb that cursed mountain beneath us. Again you seek to take my rightful place. I should send you crashing down to it, that you might fall as I have. He stares down at all of you. Where did this jerk get a wagon? But I shall not. Rather, we shall meet upon the summit, ere the last cycle of the rites is ended. Until then, I'm gonna ram the... Aww! Running away, eh? I always knew you were a coward. Bertrude. Pamitha. Well, I am planning currently my team to be Shay, Volfred, Pamitha. So I guess we go here. You make landing on the sacred Mount Elodin after your encounter with Oralek. Oralek spoke the truth. He has a right to gain the summit. When the time comes, Celeste shall deem him worthy, and shall let him pass. While he has transgressed against the rites, he has also already been anointed and prevailed. Nothing is written in the book on this, and liberty ought already be his. For the time, it seems that he has not yet traveled to the summit. Perhaps he is still making preparations with his fellow exiles. When exactly Oralek intends to make good on his promise, he did not make clear. For now, you are to confront Manly and the Chastity upon the summit. But first, you may prepare. Good. Let's do that prepare thing. Later that afternoon, you accompany Pamitha through the sheer cliffs of Temple Hyro to the monument of Luz Glorian. What'll you do when all this is over, Pamitha? You going to run away? Let's face it, you're probably not getting out of here. Sorry to break it to you, Pamitha. You're not getting out of here. So then, you can either go live out your days under some rock somewhere, or maybe these who call you their friend, maybe they mean it. You return to the wagon after she has finished paying her respects. The summit awaits, but first, there is time to continue practicing your vocations. Yo, plus presence? Awesome. We can go to the floating ruins. Sense value. A potent serum. I like serums. Let's find a serum. What do we find? Is it a permanent boost? Yes! I want to give this... I'm giving this to Volfred. I'm giving this to Volfred. Volfred's going to be such a monster. More presence. Oh, it's so good. I love it. Yeah, Volfred definitely needs more presence. That is definitely a thing Volfred needs. His aura burst is going to be incredible. Deep in the sublime grandeur of Mount Elodin, you find a messenger imp looking to bring you the latest news and rumors from the other side. This time around, the imp brings tidings of Sir Gilman, and what happened to him since his liberation at the fall of Solium, when at last his self-imposed exile came to an end. You learn that his return to the Commonwealth was met with much rejoicing, and that before long he was promoted to the rank of Veiled Captain on the Blood Border. And yet, with tears welling in his eye, he did refuse the post, stating he no longer had the heart to fight against the High-Wing remnants as he once did. He then cast down his helmet. And when next anyone saw him, he was among Volfred's agents, having joined the revolution to reshape the Commonwealth from within. You thank the messenger imp for the report, and saluted crisply? It's not a thing. That is not a manner in which one can salute. And saluted crisply, as surely Gilman would have. Soon, the news has everyone in the wagon talking. Noble Gilman made the gallant choice, it seems. Our plan comes closer to fruition through his good example and support. Why is plan not highlighted, you guys? I need to know how close the plan is to success. Do you think that one day I can be as brave as him? Because I don't always think I can.
The tears he shed ought to have been bottled, and thus set aside for use in various salves. Remarkably utilitarian, Bertrand.
One of the Sea Dominion's own, laying down his arms by his own choice. I'm honestly surprised, even having known him.
The news of Gilman's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with a newfound resolve. Plus a hope. For everybody. Hope for everybody! You are returned once more to Scribes Gate, where the Gate Guardian awaits under a dim sky.
Escuchen Noxalas.
The exiles of the Nightwings. And you, Tariq. This is to be one of our final meetings.
Salutium, Ceres.
Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared. And afterwards, I would have words with you, in private, if you please.
Simnaterus.
It seems to me rather late for words now, Tariq. But I shall hear them once your charges cross the gate.
Vorana Cramptus.
Now, all of you, come forth. Please state your names, and what is it that you seek while crossing Scribes Gate?
Once more, your companions cross the gate, one after another. And once more, you follow them in turn. Alright, guess, Netoin. I'm listening. Celeste regards you all, then waves you through, toward the summit.
Norigasun Kratas.
The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory.
No, actually. Jodariel was like third, I think? Maybe third. Yeah, Jodariel was third. Because, yeah, first was Tizo. The drive-in. That is exactly correct, Netoin. I did not want Jodariel leaving my team. She was such a beater. Also, there was more to learn about her. Like, there was just so much more to discover. I wanted more lore. And I wanted Jodariel to keep beating the crap out of everybody else.
Kibaret.
And Tariq?
Samea.
Aye, Celeste.
Retira Tempta.
You may rejoin the others in a while. For now, I would hear these words of yours.
Felanta, Ceres.
Certainly, Celeste.
Acertaba.
Everyone, I shall see you shortly.
They are starting this song early. This is probably the last rite. Unless this is supposed to be symbolic of Celeste and Tariq talking. It's certainly possible. The plan at 77%. Cool. Pretty good. A pretty good percent. You get better. Ooh. Look at this presence. 26. What a beater. What an absolute monster. Yo, it kind of would, huh, Netoin? Yeah, it's a pretty good story.
Whoa, hey, guys. It's gotten real cold again up here. But it's worth it, let me tell you. Got a lot of customers been stopping by. Okay, I may have been exaggerating just a little. Since I've been waiting here a little while, I guess. But are you buying anything?
Am I? Oh, get in there. Please, let me buy this. Please. I don't care what I have to sell. This is worth it. Graitai. I don't care about this. I need another 40. This is 20. Oh, was he humming along with the actual music? That's great. That's super good. I could sell this.
Only Guaitais. I'll keep the right light. This is not something I'm ever gonna use.
Guaitais, eh? Olu Guaitais.
What was that like passive aggressive thank you? This kid, I swear to God, it's gonna be the death of me. Get better. 27 presents. Even better. Average speed. Ridiculous other stats. Just ridiculous. Those are two entirely unrelated concepts, Netowin? Oh, I could have sold off, I could have sold off the scale. I forgot. Well, let's still sell off the scale. I don't know about that, my dude. Entirely unrelated. Not even close. Just because it has the word aggressive in the... BDSM's not even that aggressive. Should I spend more money just for the sake of spending more money? Kinda don't think so. I think we're gonna leave it as is. Well, the rest of these are only for the next, right? Which... I mean, I could get one of these. You know what? Sure. Let's make Volfrid just an absolute monster. Pleasure was all mine and Dad's, you guys. God, look at this. Look at this. I'm excited. 31 presents. That's incredible. Let's do it. The time has come again to deliver one of your fellow exiles to a homecoming in the Commonwealth, lest your adversaries, the Chastity, achieve the same instead. The lone minstrel has returned, and approaches as you await the signal from the stars. 20 speed. 20 is still a lot of speed. But 30 is a lot of presents. Wow. There is something that I wish to ask you, reader. Something which ordinarily would not be my place to discuss in any detail. You have observed the stars. If you would not mind my asking you in such a direct manner, how many liberation rites are you supposing yet remain? Have you deduced how many liberation rites are still to come? Either of these is possible. I don't know which is the case. Is this the very last? You guess that perhaps this is to be the very last liberation rite, given that the stars have continued fading and all. But the lone minstrel only shakes his head. Nay, reader, sir. More than one remains, provided that you also count this liberation rite commencing any moment. I wish to make certain that you are aware, so that you and the Nightwings may yet make the most of your remaining time together thus. Alright. So, I made the face. That was me being very surprised. And there is exactly enough liberation rites to free as many people as possible. And end with 2 Nightwings unfreed. As to what shall happen once the final liberation rite is ended, we soon shall both find out. But lo, it seems that we are called upon once more. Look forth.
Alright, first off, we turn off Islak. I kind of want to turn on a couple of these, though, just to make it a bit more of a thing. I'm okay with Gria's turned on.
Sungris. Biolantheus. Lord Gandroth. Shax's 6 shoulders. Unfathomed Plurness. Islak Astralborn.
Has there always been
Sylvius Horse-headed.
an announcement of these guys?
Limbless Erizek. Dolnis the Locket. Endrigar the Widow. Time Singer Han.
Because I don't remember this. And it's nice to have confirmation on how some of these are pronounced. I'm going to give them all the things that don't really matter. Which is, I guess, just these two. I could make a case for Endriga not really mattering. But let's not take this too far. I really need to beat Manfred. Ya boy, Enemy Tree Man, is not allowed to succeed at anything.
Reader, I would ask that you think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon the Book of Rites, think back upon the words that it revealed. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still.
I don't understand what you're trying to get
I
me
will not sing
to...
your praises to them, rest assured. I trust that you shall savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
Voluta Lorigas.
Oh, I get it. It's a respect your elders kind of thing. Well, screw that. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared.
Volunta lorigas.
I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared.
Regita Noxalas.
Then, anointed one of the chastity, come forth now, and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings.
Yeah, he's kind of a dick. Like, I really feel like he's subverted so much of the scribe's teachings, and then he then turns around and is like, hey, you should follow the scribe's teachings. Listen to me. Do what I say, not what I do. Like, he's the worst. He's the actual worst. Manly flourishes onto the grounds and grasps his mask in his spindly fingers. Warmest salutations to you all upon this blessed eve. I am H. Manly Tinderstaff, and I must say that I am very moved to be a part of these proceedings. It shall be my humblest of privileges to return, quite soon, I hope, unto the Commonwealth, where I shall dedicate myself in full toward the betterment of that society. I long to be a part of this glorious tradition, even when my freedom is rightfully restored. For is it not the case that exiles such as we are called upon to lead?
Idicaritas.
How you govern... Bleh. How you govern in your commonwealth is not our business here. Your intentions shall mean nothing if you do not prevail in this right, Manly Tinderstaff.
Oh, but I meant no offense. Meant no offense at all. I shall serve well these rites, I promise. Why, I should think I shall be sending many exiles here into the downside to replace me. I can think of quite a few who I think would benefit from experiencing this wonderful tradition for themselves. Then Manly covers his face again. What a right asshole. You're so mad that Jodariel didn't get freed immediately? Man. I freed Jodariel after I freed Hedwyn, so that I would know that she had a friend available in the Commonwealth. I didn't want her to go up there and not have anybody waiting for her. Now, as for you Nightwings, make no attempt to undermine me here, and nothing shall befall you or your loved ones in the Commonwealth. Is it a deal? What are you talking about? What have I betrayed? You can't go making accusations like that without hard evidence, my dude.
Noxalas.
Nightwings, your choice. In whose name shall you conduct this liberation rite?
Pensate lorigas.
I wish you the wisdom of the scribes in making your choice, reader.
Ulta coverantas.
And I wish you to come prepare our song with me, Tariq.
Whom shall you attempt to send home this time?
Yeah, Jodariel's great. Everything about Jodariel's great. She deserves the best. I can't legitimately make the argument that freeing her first would have been like a disservice to her or anything. But she did get to make kind of peace with Pamitha while she was down here. And I think that she is a better person for it. What are we doing? Who am I sending out? Am I anointing Volfred? I think I'm anointing Volfred. I think I'm anointing Volfred here because I kind of want to let Aurelek win. Like, I think Aurelek deserves some justice. Despite him doing some not so good things. If he deserves to win, he'll win. As is the scribes ordain. I see. Well, I believe I have some hand in it either way. Volfred's too good is the thing. Like, I kind of want to keep him, but also, like, Volfred's just been an incredible monster. Like, it is very difficult to lose games with Volfred around. He is for sure my anointee, though. Oh my god, I still forgot to salute with Gilman. Every time I saw the ability, I'm like, oh, don't forget to salute with Gilman. And then I forgot to salute with Gilman. And now I'm never going to get the chance. I'm never going to get the opportunity. Hard life. Yep, get on up there.
Volfred.
There's so much to be done, should I or any one of us return. But let's focus on the here and now. We face a worthy adversary there in the Chastity. I disagree with that statement completely.
Who shall strive for him?
Shay and Pamitha, right?
Shay.
The scribes are watching over us, especially you, Mr. Volfred.
Pamitha.
All right, I'll see what I can do for him, reader darling.
It is done.
Now it begins. Do me this favor, if you please, and stand aside like a good sport there, I promise to reward you handsomely once I am free. Unlikely, my dude.
Commence.
I don't know what you guys think you're trying to pull here, but I don't think it's gonna be successful. Aw, the jump didn't take. Oh, I'm dead. I'm not dead. I am very surprised they didn't score there. They totally could have. Aw, still made it. The slight, a little bit off. Nice try, buddy. Woo! Whoa. Aw, that's actually pretty good. All right, fine. Aww. Ooh. They actually got me. The absolute bastards. They did it. Kind of. Nope, bye. Oh, what's this now? It seems to me the scribes so enjoy our company, the entertainment we provide, that they have deigned to reignite our pyres. Observe! Something stirs in the sky. If the heavens are to rain and reignite your pyres, then the rite shall continue, ere one pyre or the other is put out. Wow. Weird. What? Oh.
Verily.
Verily. I'm just going to score like this, I think. That sounds like fun. Oh, it didn't work.
She soared right in.
She did, at that. She's quite the soarer.
Someone there rose to the occasion. Good.
Whoa. Not good.
Righteous fire.
Not even hard. Ah. Ooh, that's problematic.
Contempt.
Alright, alright, alright. You got me. You got me. You get an point. That was a little greedy. Granted.
All of the chastity gone.
Aww. Didn't move quite quick enough. That's alright.
Spectacularly done.
I didn't need it. You get all the points, Netoin.
Well cast.
Ooh.
No
Dang.
law against throwing in the orb.
Dang. They're actually doing things now. What happened? Nice try, buddy!
There it is.
Man, who said they could get points?
Blast of
Unreasonable.
Nightwings proved their worth.
That's right. We're worthy.
What's left
Open AI evolving. I love it. I love the idea that they can just get better over time.
Thus
That's pretty
ends
good.
The liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Night Wings shall be free.
He's so
Of
bitter.
all misdeeds,
He's so bitter.
return to glory in the Commonwealth.
Damn right, buddy.
And all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Whoa, this is an utter outrage! Have you any idea what you've done? You ingrates! Get up there, Volfred. You've got work to do. I am indebted to you all. Words fail me, but I shall try and force a few, as now I haven't long. The plan of which we're all a part. Excuse me. It cannot by its nature be dependent upon any given individual, and that includes myself. Wow, that really did not change much. Sending Volfred up really didn't change much. Huh. I'm surprised that it was such a small improvement. We each face doubt from time to time, and I became quite certain I would never see the Commonwealth again. The stars fading and all. Hasn't even gotten there. Yeah, maybe. That outcome would have been acceptable to me, provided that our plan prevailed. My agents in the Commonwealth, and those of us who managed to return, united, you for certain can achieve much more than I, or any one of us. Nevertheless, if I'm to be the next one to return, then I've my work cut out for me, I think. He falls silent for a moment. Then, Nightwings, this has been the greatest honor of my time. I now take leave of you to do my very utmost to ensure the sacrifices you have made for me, our nation, all of us, that those sacrifices shall not be in vain. Then he reaches out to you alone.
Reader, until we stand again together.
Actually voiced. Reader, until we stand again together. Vaguely British. With that, Volfred Sandalwood vanishes into the Shimmer Pool. He calls out from within as his return journey begins. Stand together, all of you. No matter what shall come, I shall see you on the other side. We may be separated soon by distance, but our purpose remains shared. Scribes guide you. Volfred earned back his freedom. May he return in glory.
Volfred Sandalwood. The cycle of the rites is nearly at an end.
Do we just straight up have another liberation rite just immediately? It shall be determined by your peers and by you yourself. You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the chastity in the liberation rite.
I had a good feeling this would happen.
At least someone got out of here. You succeeded in liberating Volfrid, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. Soon you shall be summoned back to Mount Elodium for one final liberation rite, and thus one final chance to influence the outcome of your plan. Yo! Alright, Volfrid was a good choice. I figured it out, you guys.
So many events already in motion. But even as you wait for them to happen as they will, there still is something vital you can do. Now, reader, if you please, I fear the stars have little patience left.
You turn back toward the darkness to look upon the last few stars, too stubborn to relinquish their light. Haub, Gol, and Jomir. All the faraway stars, huh? 87%. What? Absolute. The chastity no longer have any real chance at freedom before the rites are ended. I cannot stop thinking about what should happen if we fail. Less so to those of us who remain trapped here, but rather to those who return to the Commonwealth. Alright, so I think we're sending up Bertrand next. Who do I want to fight against? I actually don't care. I don't think there's any value in fighting any of these people. Should I fight against birds? Are birds gonna be more annoying or less annoying than Sir Deluge? None of them are on the Hulk of Ores, which is the only place I actually wanted to go. And I have all of the relevant pages for fighting people, so none of these actually matter. It's too bad. I suspect that the worms are going to be the least annoying. So let's go fight worms.
Once more, you are to face the Pyre Hearts then. Although, I wonder.
He hesitates before saying anything further. You cannot sense his thoughts. Is that because he's undead?
I apologize. I was lost in thought there for a moment. Let us make way for the spring of Jomir when everyone is feeling more refreshed, as much as possible.
The lone minstrel wants to talk. Alright, let's chat. Following Volfrid's liberation, the lone minstrel has returned to the wagon and stands as though nothing has happened here this night. He tilts his head a bit as you approach.
Once more, the Nightwings have prevailed in the liberation rite under your mindfulness, reader. A commendable achievement.
Not that I've noticed, Netoen.
Surely Volfrid shall live out his days in gratitude to you and your companions. Perhaps he may now seek Tizo there in your commonwealth.
I should think Tizo would have liked to witness what took place this night. I did not say anything about the intelligence of orcs, okay? I trust that together they shall make a formidable difference to the plan which all of you endeavor to achieve. Now, for the time, Celeste and I are to return to our respective stations.
Simagra rictus.
We all await the next turn of the cycle of the rites. May you prevail once more when next we traverse Scribe's Gate. Until then, reader, rest well under the stars. He nods and leaves you to recover after a long night. Reader, though you shall always bear a burden, it is much lighter than the burden of lonesome exile. Go forth and become free! Then join with others such as you, and lead with mercy, continuing to demonstrate your worth. And knowing that the Empire's fall formed the foundation of our Commonwealth, you shall cease to be a reader and become a voice both to the free and to your successors here, who shall take up this book when you no longer need it. The cycle of the rites shall see to it that you, and others like you, shall be liberated ere the coming of another age. May the stars shine ever brightly on us all. Yo, I want to be a voice! How do I get to be a voice? Screw this Archbishop douchebag. I want to be the voice. It's like that Strong Bad sketch. I heard that you're the voice. I want to be the voice too. Well, here goes. It is daybreak. You are to set forth now for the spring of Jomir, for what appears to be the final time. Thereafter, you shall return here for one last exile's final chance at liberty. You say the most ridiculously complimentary things, Netoen. Alright. Let's do it. Let's go do the thing. Oh. Finally the sun is shining. It's not like raining or snowing or anything anymore. Bonk. Oh. Eventually they run out of things to say. Alright, so I should definitely just keep ramming into boats whenever I see them. Wow. So, the Nightwings darken our skies once more. We suffered much from the defeat you handed us last time. Until our next encounter on a sacred site, I told you to stay out of our way! Get out of my sight. Are there any more, flying ships to run into? Nope. Everybody is bedded down for the day. This is interesting. Like, I know I know what vocations looks like, but I'm not sure what the presence of the 8 scribes means. I think it means temporary bonuses, which means I think I'm not in. I think I'm going to fall flat. Let's vocate. Nobody's talking? Okay. You and Pamitha make a quick search of the stark badlands of Fall Flat. However, you find nothing of note.
It sounds a little cruel, reader darling, but we're wasting our time. Let's head back. You soon return to the Black Wagon, where the others are preoccupied with their own pursuits. You should have time enough to pursue your vocations. Let's scavenge. We could get something Falcon Run values, or we could... 1 enlightenment. Alright. A forgotten parcel. Cool. You have a question, though, Netoin? I don't believe it's possible for her to come back to, like... I mean, I guess it's possible for her to get exiled again, but I don't think she'd still be free at that point. What's more likely is we somehow figure out a way to free me and get me back up to the Commonwealth so we can still hang out. Hey, guys. And now don't tell me, but I ain't seeing that old Mr. Sandalwood with all the rest of you. He finally get out of here, or what? Well, good for him, I guess. As long as he don't take all the rest of you with him, know what I mean? I value all my customers. Ooh, that is a lot of stardust. No, I'd free myself last. Let's be real here. Oh, quite I. Greitish. Oh, Greitish. Oh, his voice clips are so infectious. Good old Falcon Ron. Good old Ron the Falcon. Is one of these plus presents just raw plus presents? Let's buy it. I'm not gonna have a lot of opportunity to buy things. Oh, the white ice. Appreciate you doing business. And you guys be sure to tell your friends, okay? Hey, Inkling, how's it going? We're about to commence the second to last rite. Very quickly, approaching the time that the stars die out. Who's left? Bertrude, Pamitha, and Shay are all that's left. So that is exactly my team, under all conditions. Volfred has been freed, which I'm glad we got the chance to do that. And Sir Gilman was freed earlier. After making all the necessary preparations amid the desolate sprawl of the Spring of Jomir, you and your companions await the commencement of the rites. Happily, Volfred and Tizo are finally reunited. It is quieter even than usual at the onset of such events. The lone minstrel appears, bearing some sort of news. Incredible jokester, Netoin. Bringing gifts to the chat. I have checked, and it appears as though the Pyre Hearts have not yet arrived, reader sir. There is no sign of Sir Deluge or anyone. Their sigil is not set either. If what he says is true, and your adversaries are not present, then you presume the rite cannot commence. However, the stars themselves soon indicate you are mistaken. Is it Aurelek? Do we get to face Aurelek?
witness the locket. Time Singer Han. Endriga the Widow.
I don't think I can afford to give them, like, the +8 anything, because these are real difficult to deal with. But this is
The
probably
Tattered
fine.
Mantle.
And extra damage is a pain. Sure, whatever. Bring it. Although I don't have Volford with me anymore, so I'm no longer unbeatable. I maybe should have considered that before I turned on all these Titan stars.
Reader. The Commonwealth. Your home.
My home. Who exiled me, buddy?
It is aflame. Much like a stack of books.
Yeah, I hold no
The
sympathy for
flame,
you.
Because of you. Because of your outlandish plan.
It's a pretty good
Not
plan.
that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed.
Says you, buddy.
Though by all means, keep trying. As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
Oh, yeah. The Archbishop, whatever his name is a huge dick.
The rite is set to commence, but your adversaries, they have failed to show. By the scribes, they must have lost all hope.
Aroshta.
Indeed, as the rites are drawing to a close, some of the triumvirates whom you have met, perhaps they are beginning to decide the stars are not worth heeding any longer.
Sir Deluge. You wonder whether he would give up on the rights like that. No, I don't wonder. He absolutely would. He lacks in courage, that much is certain. Though his desire to prove his competence did seem to spur him on. Until Sir Gilman just wrecked him. Then he was, a bit more obviously cowardly.
In any case, we have begun the ceremony here, and so I ask that we end it.
Who shall it be this time?
I mean, you're looking at him. It's literally all of these people.
Shay.
Oh, I should have put Bertrude in front. Man.
Bertrude. Tamatha.
Triesta.
It is done.
Magaran.
This is absurd. Well, whatever. Let's go then.
Lo, even your adversaries have abandoned you.
This is sad.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail by default.
Doesn't
Not
this
that their
mean-
adversaries even care?
I thought that meant that we couldn't have the right if our adversaries didn't show. Like the right just wouldn't happen.
By the scribes, is this truly what they wanted?
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes.
Ah, we don't even get the experience for it. I guess so, Joe. That's weird.
Now take your sordid business someplace else.
Jeez. Things really are falling apart here. No one speaks further of the Pyre hearts back at the Black Wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the rite that is to come.
Is it true then? This is going to be our last chance to go home. The stars always shine with truth. The ending of the cycle of the rites is now upon us. He looks over to you. Please look forth, reader, sir, and see this for yourself. You may as well surmise where we are going next.
The others turn to you as well. You turn toward the wagon's door. You know what you shall see out there. Now, however, the time has come to face it. The dim and fading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness, demanding your attention, guiding you toward the endpoint of your path. Oralek is already on his way. Yep. I never thought of it that way, Netoin. I wonder if that's the actual route. Preoccupied has this context of like, if you're preoccupied with something, it's preventing you from doing something else. But I don't know if that's the actual definition of the word. Like, I've never looked up the word. You are summoned to the fall of Solium for your 7th and final liberation rite. Thus shall the cycle of the rites be ended for an age. You sense that, if the rites ever shall commence again, it shall not be during your lifetime, or that of any of your companions, even the longest-lived ones. The stars reveal to you one more thing. The adversary whom you face shall be Oralek. Already he has crossed Scribe's Gate and awaits your arrival. If the 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves.
It is a shame that we should have to confront Oralek in the end. Our goals should never have been at cross purposes. I am surprised that this is what the scribes desire.
So it should be occupied? Of course it should. Well, yeah, naturally. That's the obvious conclusion to draw.
For now, it may be best that you recover until dawn. Regain your strength as best you can for the coming trial. Rest well, reader.
The group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mount Elodial to make a final effort to achieve your plan. And get somebody home. But who? The last remaining stars shall soon be gone. We have this one last chance to get one of us out. May the scribes be merciful to us all. Yo, everybody's crossed out? Wow. Forfeited. Yes. At least 2, maybe 3, depending on how the final rite goes. I bet it does.
Foolish reader. Your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot.
Plot to depose
They are
you?
exploiting you.
No, I'm pretty in on this. We are aligned
You
here.
never have your freedom.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it matters, but it doesn't matter that much. By dawn, you are already up and about after a troubled slumber. The Black Wagon is prepared for its final voyage to the fall of Solium. No one speaks. You know, I still haven't played a Mass Effect game. I imagine some among you are going to feel like that's a travesty. As you lift into the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood.
Liberatus.
Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind just now.
Tristatage.
I think it may befit the circumstance. Perhaps it may help to pass the time along our flight. Would you mind it very much if I were to play this song for the Nightwings?
By all means. I got nothing else to go on. You urge the lone minstrel to play his ballad so that all among you might hear it. He begins without another word.
When the stars align, the rites shall come to bear. signs. The exiles shall be there.
We've heard this before, right?
All are not the same, but three shall be as one. Freedom in flame. The end has just begun.
No, we haven't heard this one before.
May break our own.
I never saw the trailer.
Twisted make up great. Together on their own. The journey shall be made. The journey shall be made.
It's funny. It doesn't let me dash there. It wasn't a choice of me going slower. Like, I had no choice but to go at the speed I went. The song basically ends just as you get here. Unless you take it slow. In which case, maybe you can make the song end ahead of time. But, like, they timed it out really closely. That's cool. Bertrude shall gain favor. Or Pamitha shall gain favor. Well, Pamitha, you've gained enough favor. It's time for Bertrude. Now it's Bertrude's time to shine. You touch down amid the solemn beauty of Mount Elodial to make pilgrimage to the summit for one last time. There, one last liberation rite shall soon commence. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom. All others shall remain to carry out their sentences here in the downside, for the remainder of their lives. What a downer. And in the Commonwealth, the plan of which you are a part shall either come to fruition or shall be suppressed. Nothing to do here. We've done our best, I guess. After having landed, you join Bertrude on an expedition to the Monument of Molten Malith for what is likely to be the final time. We beseech ye, ancient gods of the last age, and we invoke thine aid. We have traveled far to gain this summit, many times, and stood steadfast with our compatriots who seek to leave this place. We now offer ye our services eternally, if you would grant us such a boon as to ensure our triumph in the coming night. Long would we serve ye, O ancient gods, should ye accept our offer here and now. Soon she is finished. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Molten Malith has shown you favor. At dawn, you shall begin your last ascent. For now, your vocations may occupy what little time you have to spare. That is a lot of glory! Whew! I will accept this blessing. What's on your mind, Bertrude? You notice Bertrude studying the Beyonder Crystal. She sets it down as you approach. The mouthy wraith rebuketh our attempt to summon her. She insisteth that we are too young to understand. She must be referring to Sandra. It seems that Bertrude may be able to invoke her. Mouthy wraith! I kind of love it. Stubborn, that one. Possessing of an ancient understanding. Olden ways and olden times. Many centuries of history. Knowledge of the 8 scribes themselves. Held captive there, within that green-tinged stone. Within that wraith's own memories. Would that we could extract them in some way. Perhaps thou couldst induce the wraith's obedience, reading one. For we she heedeth not. She claimeth obligations unto only thee. Although... She stops and thinks very carefully. The Beyonder Crystal is not to be tampered with. Your fellow exiles know that its use is at your sole discretion. She backs away from you, still thinking to herself. Ignorest thee our inquiries about this, reading one?
Our reasoning has taken us elsewhere. Her refusal to cooperate is likely to be an ancient warning of some sort. Yeah, it is possible that others of the southern bogs know something of her. But we shall not be tampering further with such sorceries ourselves. That the wraith refuseth to cooperate suggesteth her predicament is suitably deserved. She heads out in a huff, but just as the air grows still and quiet, you sense something from the Beyonder crystal. Mouthy wraith, she says. Can you believe it, reader? Ah, to be so young and foolish again. Sandra the Unseeing laughs to herself. Your proximity to the Beyonder crystal must have been sufficient to invoke her in this case. That crone of yours is far too curious, I think. But it appears that even she has learned her lesson in this case. Thank the stars I'm beholden to no more than one among you Nightwings at a time. And thank the stars that happens to be you rather than her. And if that crone attempts to lay her fingers on my Beyonder crystal again, I shall just have to torment her dreams till she's my age. Do feel free to mention that if it comes up. Now, farewell. You know where to find me, lovely reader. She vanishes. It seems that Sandra proved resistant to Bertrude's tampering. If so much history is trapped within the Beyonder crystal, there it shall remain for the foreseeable future. Tell me, Sandra, now that we've had this interaction, is something on your mind? I guess not. Time to vocate. Enlightenment or value? Well. Ooh, it's a discarded antique. Let us continue the journey. I stayed. I stayed as long as I could, hopefully providing her some comfort. But after that, when I tried to talk to her again, she basically said, I asked you not to talk to me. Please don't come back unless I ask you to. So, I guess that's how it goes. Here, in the fading glory of Mount Elodium, you encounter a messenger imp sent to deliver you the latest news and rumors from the other side. You learn this imp was personally sent by Volfred himself, to fill you in on all the latest happenings with him since he was liberated at the fall of Solium. On arriving in the Commonwealth, he was taken in with open arms and soon offered a seat among the Justices of Peace. Ooh. A branch of the Commonwealth's governing body, and widely considered the most influential. He admits that he was quite taken aback by everything at first. But he of course refused, stating his belief that the traditions of the Commonwealth have been corrupted over the many years. Such remarks put him in real danger. In the next moment, however, he was whisked to secrecy and safety by his sons and daughters of the Revolution in a daring raid. The Commonwealth claims he perished in the brazen act. Now, Volfred continues his work to find a way to bring home all the rest of you, and to transform the Commonwealth according with his 90% plan. He closes with a message to you all. Have faith, we shall prevail together in the end. You thank the imp for bringing you this news, which gets all your companions talking. Unsurprising. From all our years, we know him for a stubborn sort. His will cannot be shaken. He has his convictions, I will give him that. But convictions can't erase the centuries of enmity between my people and the Commonwealth. Hopefully there will be no Commonwealth by the time you get back up there. And your people can make peace with whatever government replaces it.
The scribes are guiding him. They're on his side. I know they are, because they told me so. I heard them. I just know.
May the scribes keep watching over you wherever you may go, sir. Even if the rites themselves cease, ere your plan is achieved in full. The news of Volfred's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve.
The messenger imp accepts a small bite to eat from you and hurries away. Hope, as expected. You stand before the scribe's gate with your companions. The gate guardian is there as ever, but you sense something different in her.
The exiles of the Nightwings. We shall not meet again after the coming rite.
Simnaderus.
Tariq and I, it shall be time we take our rest, I think.
Salutium, Ceres.
Greetings, Celeste. I would tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I am uncertain anyone amongst us feels thus.
Onvisacare.
We have a duty to uphold, Tariq.
Taruntadaje.
And then what, Celeste?
Petara nilum.
And then nothing. Not for the rights or us. Not till the dawn of a new age.
Fransage lostium.
Now, Nightwings, step forward. Please state your names and what it is that you seek while crossing Scribe's Gate.
One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, now with sureness in their step.
Sema brevedusta.
I'll go. Pamitha Thane. I came seeking my blood sister Tamitha's forgiveness, since she ended up in here because of me. Maybe something good can come of it as yet.
We are called Big Bertrude. We seek to fulfill the plan of Sandalwood, for we are fond of him and his beliefs. And then to go about our business.
Oh, my name is Shay, and I am here because the scribes, this is the path they have shown me, and all of us. I like it when they call to me.
Finally, you step forth once more. You, a common wanderer who vowed to help his friends be free again, and who managed to come this far with this group. The gate guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway toward the summit.
Gratan octolorica.
The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome.
Go forth with glory.
Misasaivarus.
Except for you, Tariq. You stay right there. I thought you said...
Rictus tafinem.
The rites are not yet ended, Tariq.
He looks to her, and then over to the rest of you.
Revis cavas.
Pardon me, everyone. I shall be there when the stars align.
The silver-tongued bastard, he actually convinced her. The gate guardian and the lone minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. You have gained the summon of Mount Elodial for the 7th time, the final time in which any one of you shall have a chance to leave the downside. Really? Sandra wants to talk. Well, in that case, I want to talk back.
Thank you for visiting on such short notice, reader. I understand you have more important matters to attend to. So, let me be blunt. Please, listen for a moment then. I know this whole affair is coming to an end. All of it. I sense the binds that formed the rites becoming weak. Which means, soon you will not need me anymore. Not that you have needed me at any point, but still, my services will not be of any further use. I would love to tell you that this means I shall be free from my eternal prison. For some of my Beyonders it shall be a release. My accomplices are bound by weaker words than those which have bound me. They shall fade away, I think, and finally rest. I, however, shall remain. She hesitates for a moment. Thus, I have a proposition for you. I do not know where you shall go from here, but I ask you to take me there, wherever it shall be. By that I mean, take this stone prison of mine, and keep it. Do not just leave it, as all your predecessors have, each time their stay among the Nightwings reached an end. Soon the Beyonder Crystal shall serve no use at all, except to keep me trapped. I am content to remain thus, for I have little choice. But I would prefer to do so in your company. Aww. Sandra's so lonely. For I do enjoy your company, reader. This may not be much of a compliment, but I assure you that I much prefer your company to an eternity of solitude.
Well, I am better than being alone forever. What nice words you have for me, Sandra.
I have no wish to see you gain in years and to eventually decay while I remain unchanging. But I should rather have more years while having contact, even if those years are to be brief. They shall afford me many more in which I might think back upon our times. Nor do I expect you to accommodate my needs, for I am well aware I have my limits in accommodating yours.
That is an interesting turn of phrase.
That is to say, I wish you to go forth after this night, and live your life, however you see fit. For your own sake.
I think I am reading exactly correct amount into this, Joe. Oh my god, I 100% guarantee you people, I am going to be looking for so much fan art after we're done with this.
May all this rights business enrich your coming days somehow. And, in considering that life after this night, if you think that there may be a place in it for me, however small, then, once again, I simply ask that you take me along.
It is perfectly reasonable to read this with no romantic undertones. She explicitly stated she would rather have my company than be alone forever. Which, fine. Not a hard bar to clear. But yeah, I am totally reading this as romantic. Inkling's with me. Thank you, Inkling.
That way, should you ever wish to visit me again sometime, you could. And I would like to have that as an option more than not.
Nope. You have me dead to rights, Joe. You have me dead to rights.
My request here is a selfish one, for there is little I can offer in exchange, other than what little my companionship is worth. Perhaps I could lull you to sleep once in a while. Who knows? You could always try to sell the Beyonder Crystal for a reasonable sum somewhere, or something to that end. There must be someone out there with an interest in this thing. So then, you have heard my sad little proposition. What do you say?
Agree and do it. Decline with all respect. Man, that's... How cold do I have to be to leave her behind? Sandra's been fun to interact with. I like her sense of humor. I'm down with keeping her around. You grasp the Beyonder Crystal and set it into the folds of your clothing. Sandra senses this and makes a sound, as though surprised. This little grin, though.
Thank you, reader.
She is at a loss for a moment, then...
Let us go, then, from this place. Go, and face your last remaining adversaries. May you crush them under heel, and achieve the outcome which you seek. I believe you shall prevail.
Yeah, Sandra believes in me. Sandra's the best. I totally ship it. Wow, Neto. I honestly don't think that Jodariel's life is any happier in the Commonwealth than it was down here, hanging out with all her friends. Insofar as Jodariel is capable of even experiencing happiness. What's your deal?
Hey, guys. I guess you probably heard the big news, huh? Yeah, Well, I'm going out of business here, I guess.
Vidata Calamayos, Thomas.
It just hasn't been the same, you know? What with all the stars all fading out and stuff. Anyways, I just wanted to say, you guys are great. And I sure am gonna miss having you guys as customers and all that. But I got some good news though too. All my stuff, it's all on sale now. And I'll throw a little extra there just for you, okay? Schemterfleisch. So, enjoy. And maybe I'll be seeing you guys around, okay?
Henceforth, all of Falconron's goods are 5% off! Great. Pile of Stardust? Pile of Stardust. Wow. Plus 20. Will you just take this crap off my hands? And this crap? Graitais. Oh, Graitais. Ah, that's cutting his own throat, Inkling. Do I want any of this crap? Any of this non-Stardust crap? Well, I know... Okay, first off, I am actually pretty set on these being the things I equip, which means every other talisman can get sold off. I'll keep the bands, though. Oh, Guaitais. Mola Guaitais. For 8 money. Graitais. I'll keep the Scribe Rock. And I'll keep the Kerfang. Because both of those are cool. I'll keep the Right Light also. I can't affect any of these because I've already maxed them. These are both at 5. No, these at 6 and 5. So this 20, which I didn't buy from him. Hang on, let me buy it. Oh, Guaitais. Was there anything else I wanted from this dude? I don't think there is. Whoa! It only uses as much as it can! Oh, that's cool. So I should totally use the small ones first, so I can consolidate. Eight presents. Can you imagine equipping some jerk with the Scribe Rock and giving them 8 presents? Oh my god. I could totally be Falcon Ron. I don't know about monsters in Prey 2. We have sent home everybody, Senna. I am the only one left in exile. That's a lie. I sent Sir Gilman and Wolfred home. So we are left with Shay, Pamitha, and Big Bertrude.
Thanks, guys. Good luck in that thing you're going to tonight.
Alright, so before I commence the final liberation, I want to see if I can copy this to a second save slot. No, I have done 2 separate things. I don't want a new campaign, I want to copy the old campaign. Maybe there's a way to save the file separately? Because I am 100% in the mood to do some save scumming here. Let me see if I can find the save data. Give me a sec, guys. This might take a bit. Wonder if it's in app data. App data local. I don't see Pyre or Supergiant. Local low. Also don't see Pyre or Supergiant. Roaming? Check roaming. No. Documents saved. Oh, it's in documents. You think it's in documents? Documents saved games Pyre. Yeah, okay. Cool. All right, copy this entire folder. Thank you for looking it up, Netoen. Much appreciated. Because I'm going to set myself a challenge here and leave the current set of 4 Titan stars on. If I win, I'm going to reset and deliberately lose. I haven't done anything with it, Netoen. I haven't done the changes. I mean, as I'm sure you can tell, it's not up on the stream. But I definitely want to play around with it when I have time. I just have not had time lately. But yeah, if I win, I am going to reload and lose. Because I want to see what happens in both of those situations. And if I lose, I'm going to reload and win. Because, frankly, that cannot be allowed to stand. I want to do both. I want both to happen. The lone minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there, perhaps, some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far.
Negaratus.
Reader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go.
Yara amitage.
That would be a lot of minutes. I wish to say that I am grateful for having made your acquaintance, and I shall remember you with fondness. I wish you well, this night and always. Go forth with glory. Very kind sentiments, coming from someone who is either undead or the embodiment of madness. We haven't yet decided. Then, he looks up and he extends his hand in friendship. Those eyes are scary. You clasp it. Do I, though? You see Bertrude has joined you. All of your companions are there with her, in fact. Reader one. Reading one. Thou art both wiser and less irritating than most others of thy kind. We have learned something from thee, and we are grateful. Well, reader darling, what do you say we give those old scribes a real show to remember then, shall we?
Himanolia.
Oh, hi, mister. The others. They said they wanted me to join them and come talk to you, so here I am. The scribes are watching us.
One note, Shay. She is a harpy. Pamitha is, in fact, I think they call them harps in this game. But yeah, she's a harpy. You look upon your fellow exiles, your companions, with whom you have withstood the downside, and with whom you shall now conduct this final rite.
Ceramiscus.
Begging your pardon, but my time has come. We shall see each other soon.
He departs. After this night, the outcome of Volfrid's plan, the plan of which you all have been a part, shall be decided, one way or another. I'm fairly certain she can use those wings to manipulate things. Or she gets help, I don't know. Maybe it's natural. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles as the last remaining stars ignite. Frankly, I'd rather not speculate about Harp and anime. Like, it... Have I tried even once? Yeah. Don't worry about it. The people of the Commonwealth need us. Yep. I'm leaving these... 5? Did I say... There was these 5 all on? Yep. Leaving these 5 on. Let's do it. Ready for that liberation right music.
Last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader,
I'm looking.
hear me for one last time.
Uh-huh.
For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away,
I blame you for that, by the way.
leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves.
Questionable
Each
statement.
so unlike the glorious night wings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free. For you deserve each other.
What's that even mean?
Volunta lorigas.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared.
But before the lone minstrel can concur, as per the custom. Not another word! The demon Aurelek slowly raises his clawed fingers to his mask. The false Nightwings have arrived at last. Long have I awaited this. My freedom once was stolen from me. Then I was cheated of it, here, upon this mountaintop. This is so interesting. Listening to the music, it's like, it's the Liberation Rite song, but with like the Tempers big brass New Orleans behind it. It's weird. It's weird. Am I banning you? I'm not gonna ban you, Netoin. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna ban you for like, for talking about Volfred's forehead. You may now attempt to take it from me once more. He stands there for a moment, silent. Then, Aurelek dons his mask and stands prepared. May these damned rites cease forever for the misery which they caused. Okay, so I guess it's not the voice that is causing this. It is Aurelek that's causing this. Can't hear the game? Oh, no. It's screwed up. It's screwed up. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, I see it. I don't actually know how to fix this. Properties. Is that working? Nope, that's still not working. My headphones came out. So, like, the, it must have shifted to one of the other outputs without... There we go. All right. Yeah, I just needed to go back into OBS and reset it. Okay, cool. Jodariel and Aurelek? I think they did meet. Aurelek definitely remarked on me sending me freeing Jodariel. But I don't remember now if our first fight with Aurelek was before or after Jodariel was freed.
Nightwings! We shall not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of the rites is all but ended.
I think that Aurelek did interfere. That's the plan, Joe. I plan to have fun. I think Aurelek did interfere sometime during the 3rd season. So he would have seen Jodariel then. And then when he interfered later, he remarked that we had freed Jodariel. Said something about, I see that the curly horned one is no longer with you, or something like that.
Thus, I would have your decision. On whose behalf shall you conduct this final liberation rite? The one whom you anoint, or else the exile Aurelek shall be returned.
Pyre Legatus.
Godspeed, reader. You know what is at stake better than I. I have utmost faith in you to make the best decision and conduct this rite with glory. Nightwings! The star's remaining light grows dim. Your decision, please.
It is now time to choose who, if anyone among you, shall go free this one last time. The rest of you shall remain in the downside till the end of your days. Oh. One by one, you meet the gazes of each of your fellow exiles. Shay, Pamitha, Bertrude, your fellow exiles, your companions, your friends. Together you have come this far, but now the downside and the rights conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. Will it? Are you prepared to choose this one last time? I can choose to not choose? What happens if I pick this? I mean, I'm prepared to make a decision, but like... I'm so curious. Having to make this last decision is unconscionable. It is too much. You hesitate. But then you sense a reassuring voice from very far away enter your thoughts. Do not give in, reader. Do not give in. We stand with you. The choice you are about to make, however you shall go about, and whatever the outcome, we understand. And so, you need not hesitate, and you need not explain. So please, trust in yourself. For all the rest of us, we trust in you. You reconsider what you are about to do. You cannot back down. Well... yes, for there is no turning back. With but a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for salvation.
Oh.
Too bad for the rest of you.
18, huh? Oh yeah, I know all this. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Can banish adversaries by flinging the orb into them. Yeah, right? This dude's a monster. I think this is basically how I would have built my Savage. Although this one maybe not. I don't think I would have taken Quick Fling. I'm not sure what I would have taken otherwise. Oh, their imp is not maxed. That's wild. Alright, well, here we are. Get ready, Bertrude. Bertrude shall regain her freedom, if you prevail.
Bertrude.
We have no fondness for the Commonwealth, though, should we return unto that realm, we shall endeavor to transform it in accordance with our plan.
That's the idea. I think Bertrude is the most into the plan of who we have left. And the plan is the whole point. Your choice is cast. As for your other companions, you sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support Bertrude as well as you.
Who shall strive for her?
Get in there, folks.
Shay,
Pistale Octalorigas.
Blessed are the scribes, who grant to me and all of us this final chance, that we might free our dear friend, Bertrude.
Motem vare.
I think Shay likes this place too. And I don't know what Pamitha likes, but I'm not ready to give Pamitha what she wants.
Wouldn't have wanted to sit this one out, that's for sure, reader darling.
the choice is cast.
Those are to be my adversaries, then.
I mean, I think Shay is rather indifferent to her surroundings. I also think that Shay is not a good choice to further the plan. I also want to keep her and Almer together. So yeah, I basically can't send her up.
And who is it, I wonder, who asserts his will over that group?
You sense Aurelek searching for you, almost reaching out to you.
You, the shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing to me. But you who would relinquish your own liberty for sake of them? Strange. It is fitting, then, that I should have to face one such as you.
Then Aurelek stands at the ready, signaling for his two allies to do the same.
By light of dawn, the cycle of the rites shall cease. Let us see if we can finish this ordeal before that time.
The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence.
Tariq!
Aye, I am prepared, Celeste.
Then let our song this evening shake the stars themselves.
Aye, Celeste. Let us make sure of it.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Ah, not quite. Ah, monsters. That's a lot of damage. Oof. Oh, come on! Oh, come on! Yeah, they're totally gonna beat me here, aren't they? I'm gonna have to be way better than this if I'm gonna win this. This is pretty bad performance.
The sky rains ash. Soon shall your pyres own mingle with them.
Just then, the skies above begin to rain down fire, the final throes of the cycle of the rites, and the ending of the age. Wow. Wow! What? Okay, that was important. That was important.
All of you shall rot here. You shall rot as I have all these many years. You false Nightwings, who would deny me once again my rightful liberty.
I'm hoping, Joe. I am hoping. I kind of wish I had set the one that was like, if you would die instead, don't, also. But it is what it is. You who deny that liberty to all of the triumvirates you face, and vanquish under the guise of the traditions of those blasted scribes. Come, let us continue with this glorious affair. Yeah. Woo. Oh, I missed! Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. That's bad. Well, at least Shay has another chance to dive. Oh, whoa, no. Ah! Yeah! Woo! Ah!
Bye now, Bertie. With grace.
Whew! 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 Ah! The jump was too late! The jump was too late. That's it. That's it. That's really bad.
Their aim was true, and thus your pyre wanes.
Your pyre's flames now threaten to die out at any moment. Aurelek makes a sound like laughter, but says nothing as he prepares one last assault against your side.
How he has changed, that Aurelek. Grown old and bitter lo these many years.
Ah! Woo!
Bask in the purifying flame.
Touch and go! Touch and go! Whoa! Whoa! That's crazy!
The orb was cast.
That's crazy! He launched it into me as I was casting my aura. My god, I am so bad. Whoa!
There it is.
Alright, cool. Well, I lost.
The true Night Wings proved their worth.
Achievement unlocked. Mercy shown. As if it was deliberate.
Certainly did not.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
I want to see both outcomes. So yes, I am going to reload after this, but I want to watch this ending. We are to remain stranded, then, with ye in this forsaken land. Because I think Aurelek deserves better, but I also want to send Bertrude up and get closer to 100% on the plan. Well, I copied over the save files, so I don't know if the game is going to specifically let me, but I am going to do my best to make it happen regardless. Aurelek appears, his head bowed. For someone who has triumphed, you sense no pride in him. You posed a reasonable threat. Now, farewell. You look upon Aurelek for what you expect shall be the last time. Any moment now, the Shimmer Pool shall engulf him. Any moment now, he shall regain his freedom, and return unto a commonwealth he has not seen in half a lifetime. Any moment now, the cycle of the rites shall end, until at least the dawn of a new age. Any moment now. You know, the constant repetition of this phrase makes me wonder.
And thus the scribes have chosen. And thus the scribes have chosen. And thus the scribes have chosen. No. Night Wings. Reader. What have you done?
Why are you blaming me? I am 100% not responsible for this fiasco, you guys. This is entirely Auralek's fault. I think. Nothing happens. Soon, Auralek tenses up. Each prior time upon the fall of Solium, the Shimmer Pool is opened, following the Liberation Rite, and taken in whichever exile prevailed. But now, all is still, and the light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that it is already too late, that the Shimmer Pool should not reveal itself again. Auralek laughs to himself. The 8 scribes saved their greatest treachery for last. Then something else catches his notice. Wait! A sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. The Shimmer Pool has appeared again. Different, somehow, but open. Auralek looks upon it, but it does not engulf him. Or at least not yet. It seems I was mistaken, then. The 8 scribes. This is not their greatest treachery. It is their greatest jest. The Shimmer Pool is flung wide open. It seems that all are worthy now of freedom. But just then, Bertrude approaches. Preposterous. That we might all return? Bertrude moves closer to the Shimmer Pool, but... Halt, Bertrude! It is a warning. Bertrude recognizes it as such, and heeds it.
The Shimmer Pool has lost most of its strength. You step inside, and you shall surely perish in that current. Of that I can assure you.
Auralek shakes his head. Then I am cheated once again!
No. The Shimmer Pool is revealed, and one of you may still return, as planned. But Auralek, as the victor of this liberation rite that ends in age, the choice of who is to return is no longer decided, but is yours. Having to choose from those anointed, ere the last light of the stars is extinguished, and the rites draw to an end. This is the final trial of the scribes.
The final trial of the scribes. All that remains, then, is for me to choose myself? Is that what you're saying?
If that is to be your choice, then yes.
How is this even a choice? What reason would I have to...
Auralek, make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know for how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift. Why do I hesitate? To have come this far, to have regained what ought have already been mine, and all those years ago. Why now would I hesitate to claim my right? The final trial of the scribes.
Auralek is lost in thought. I'm not gonna manipulate him. I'm not that kind of reader. I don't know which of these is best. Which of these is best for his peace of mind? Because that is really my highest concern here. bet you need to reach out to him, maybe. Like, I don't know if he'll take it badly or if he'll appreciate the help. Right? Like, if I were in Auralek's shoes, with his trust issues, with the kind of crap that he's already been through, like, I think it's real easy for him to look at that and see me as trying to manipulate him. He trusts me? How could you say that? How could you think that he would trust me? He said it was fitting that I would be his final opponent. That by no means indicates trust. One and the same, dang. I'm really inclined to let him work it out. I'm worried that let him work it out means he'll miss it, though. That he won't figure it out in time. I'm gonna let him work it out. I'm gonna let him deal with it without infringing on his space. I think he deserves at least that courtesy. You say let him do it himself? That's like the mechanical question, though, Netoen, right? Like, I want to be involved as a player. I want to influence decisions. But, like, I feel like on a lore level, if it were, like, me in game, I really think that he deserves this. He deserves to figure this one out on his own. He doesn't need me. There's no reason that he should need me. The decision to be made here belongs only to Auralek. He prevailed in the final liberation rite, and it is only fitting that he, at last, decide. I have come here to reclaim what is mine by right. I choose my freedom. Why is that blue? You sense his mind is set. In this same instant, it feels to you as though he is set free. Then, it is done. Auralek stands very still, although his features seem to soften just a little. And then, he is gone. Boring. Whatever. Auralek regained his freedom. Accept this, for it is done.
Godspeed, Auralek. By the scribes. No stars remain aloft.
Auralek just became a star.
The cycle of the rites. It is finished.
He just became a star. Is that supposed to happen?
What shall become of it? What shall become of us?
I don't care what's going to become of you.
The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
He's going to become beginning of a new cycle. Maybe. That night, the exile Auralek returned to the Commonwealth. He was to be the last. The stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. He found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurred by the efforts of 6 liberated exiles, Volfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles, on the starless sky, portended the return of the scribes.
The people surged into the streets, shoulder to shoulder. Led by the 6 exiles, their voices shook the heavens. The leadership of the Commonwealth panicked. As well it should! No blood was shed that night, and by dawn, it was over. The leaders of the Commonwealth had cast themselves back into exile, or joined in this new cause. Thus, in its 838th year, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Saurian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes in its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile. And they abolished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this. And we remember the exiles of the downside, whose deeds led to the dawning of our age. Whether they returned or not. Ooh. Achievement unlocked. True freedom. Oh, the circles indicate who'd been freed, right? Choose someone to learn what became of them since last you met. We got Aurelek up here. And the freed people with the halos. And everybody else remaining unfreed. Well, let's start with a clearly most important character. With the rights drawn to a close, the slug market's revenues fell precipitously, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and close up shop. Yet, as is sometimes the case, with those of an entrepreneurial leaning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a sudden change of fortune. One day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with a messenger imp bearing news from the other side. Ron gave to it one of his remaining trinkets, which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth in newly minted coinage from the Saurian Union. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area from a legal standpoint in the Saurian Union, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement with Big Bertrude's, and found a distribution partner on the other side through Rookie Greentail, whose own business had expanded. Especially in the Saurian Union, Falcon Ron's goods are still known for their superior quality. Are they, though? Though he assumes no liability for any side effects. This one? He regained his honor, man. Sir Gilman. Yeah, he was definitely on the team. It really does. In the aftermath of the final liberation rite, Aurelek at last returned to his nation, one he had not seen in nearly 2 decades. He scarce recognized it. After all, it was in the midst of transformation, a social and cultural upheaval sparked by Volfred Sandalwood's plan. When Aurelek witnessed the people of the Commonwealth standing shoulder to shoulder and chanting together on the night of Scribe's return, inspired by the liberated exiles, the people of the Commonwealth demanded new leadership. Cast yourselves down, cast yourselves down. He looked on in silence for a time. Then he stepped toward the crowd. A murmur and hush moved through the gathered citizens at the sight of him, for they had never seen someone thus changed by the downside. But then Aurelek raised his voice with theirs, and they all stood united once again. History would know him as the Demon Doctor, a term of endearment that stuck even after his horns started to recede. He lent his skill and service throughout the birth of the Saurian Union. Man, he helped the plan out anyway! In light of having witnessed the aftermath of Sandalwood's plan, Aurelek sought out his former companion. While they kept private the details of the conversation that took place, it must have been enough to rebuild the bonds of friendship between the two of them. Yes! This is what I was hoping. I was hoping that Aurelek would be able to rebuild the bonds of friendship. That's so good.
Like, he didn't need to be mad at people. He just didn't. It didn't... between Aurelek and Volfred. They were often seen together after that. Aurelek later reunited with Tizo, who took residence with him, in some ways similar to how they lived in olden times. The imp always enjoyed his company. Alone with his thoughts, Aurelek would sometimes visit the memorial to the fallen leaders of the Commonwealth. Though, other than such appearances, and notwithstanding his duties as master physician of the state, Aurelek led a very private life. Few would have guessed that he once was one of the most accomplished rites conductors in the history of the Nightwings. History, of course, shall ensure we shall not forget. The imp called Tizo was the first of his kind to achieve liberty through the rites. While he was not the only imp trained in the ways of the scribes, imps are native to the downside, and thus care not for traveling abroad. This made them useful to triumvirates. Yet Tizo had a different calling, and the Nightwings believed that he too could play a key part in Volfred Sandalwood's plan. During the night of Scribe's return, he stood out to the populace as something of a miracle. They had only heard of downside imps before, from legends of Ha'ub the Swallow. Afterwards, he became something of an icon, representing both the fall of the Commonwealth and the beginning of a new era. Sandalwood sometimes called for his assistance, and Tizo was always happy to oblige. The two would often reminisce about their times with the Lone Minstrel. Tizo often missed his interactions with the Reader of the Nightwings. Oh, that's me! The Reader! You, the Reader. There you go. Exile of the Commonwealth, sentenced to life in the downside. Once merely the status of a deviant, yet now a revered title in the Saurian Union. They had quickly built quite a rapport back in the downside. He and Aurelek reconciled as well. Aurelek offered him free room and board, and that was that. Tizo liked riding on his shoulders. And Tizo would often express wistful gratitude for all his time conducting the rites alongside the Nightwings, who made such sacrifices for him. Other than that, Tizo was diligent about his role as something of a living artifact, and helped interpret for the messenger imps that relayed news to and from the downside. Despite having gained significant celebrity, he never let it go to his head. Aw, what a swell guy, that Tizo. Although, he did take full advantage of his access to the Saurian Union's fishing industry. Neat. Alright, what's your deal? After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the Lone Minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon and seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downside. Their parting was heartfelt, but brief. He remained there, at the summit of Mount Elodial, with Celeste, where the two of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tariq nor Celeste were ever seen again. We know all this now through song, attributed to them. Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Saurian Union, and merely were imbued with the weight of folklore. However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims at having met this duo that presided over the liberation rites. Another folktale suggests these minstrels were heralds of the scribes. Having fulfilled their obligations, they departed the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of their famous songs describes another, simpler outcome: that the two gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life that they could share together. Yeah, alright, I'll allow it. In any case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and such songs, for it was they who watched over the rites and ushered in our times. Alright, what about all you jerks stuck here forever in the land below? Alright, let's see Shay. We're going to talk about Shay first.
Concealed Avidias?
Long after the rites had ended, Shay admitted that she knew well before the fact that she would not be going home again. At least, she had a very strong feeling. She ended up not minding very much because she had little to return to in the Commonwealth. Her sense of home had changed. She took to wandering from one celestial landmark to the next, ever paying homage to the 8 scribes, who she believed had influenced all that transpired. She was no stranger to traveling alone, but was always happy to have company. Like Almer? Through it all, she would wonder how her little friend Tizo had fared. While they were divided now by a great distance, he always remained in her heart. Though they could not see each other any longer, Shay often thought about Jodariel, and spoke to her as though she were there. Shay tried never to make a decision, without first consulting her idea of what Miss Jodariel might say.
Whenever she felt genuine doubt, which was not very often, she sought out the reader of the Nightwings. If there was anyone whom she trusted as much as the scribes, it was him. That's me! She trusts me! One day, she encountered one of her former adversaries, one called Almer Oldheart, who had served the Fate. She remembered him much more than he did her, though only just at first. Their shared experience in the rites, you guys, all of my decisions were correct! And their different points of view about the scribes formed the basis of what grew to be a long-lasting relationship. Shay always was devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Her gentle manner and unwavering conviction often helped them brave life on the downside, both with courage and with grace. Yeah! As the cycle of the rites drew to a close, it grew evident that a chance at freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Dalbert and Almer Oldheart's grasp. Thus, they and the exiles of the Fate returned to Jomir Valley. There, they struggled to get by, as exiles of the downside tend to do. Sometime after the rites had ended, the Oldhearts at last heard the news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Dadbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that had cast him down, along with his son. Alright, we'll do Jodariel next. Dalbert Oldheart passed peacefully in his sleep before the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Yo! Even on his dying bed, Dadbert's trying to get Almer hooked up. What a guy. Almer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes, and so, after a period of mourning, Almer began a new journey. One day, during his travels, he ran almost headlong into another exile after paying homage at the Spring of Jomir. He was stunned to find that this was none other than the one he knew as Shay from their days as adversaries in the rites. Shay was overjoyed to see him, though Almer was unable to bring himself to understand why. Eventually, of course, he did, and they remained together, growing ever more accustomed to their new lives on the downside. Not a day went by that Almer Dadhard did not think about his father, and give thanks to him, and speak to him, at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone, for surely Dadberts would be there among them, smiling down at his son, and watching over him and his kin. After her liberation, Jodariel soon became an icon of the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Saurian Union. Her horns and her stern countenance inspired the people to believe that she was solely a Mer reborn. She became a great, if reluctant, leader. In the uncertain times that followed, Jodariel's seasoned expertise often came into play, both in matters of security and of state. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for the people ever since, and we celebrate their founding day each year. She remained close with Hedwyn all throughout this experience, and they supported each other through their struggles many, many times. She often had to stop herself from fearing for Shay, whom she had tried to look after as much as possible on the downside. Soon, she would reassure herself that Shay was very capable of surviving on her own, and, in fact, she was not mistaken. She continued training on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one other constant to her life. She would always remember her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness, for the most part. Nice. Alright, what else is happening down in the downside? After the rites ended, Pamitha Thane parted ways with the other Nightwings, stated that she needed time alone. She reappeared sometime after the fall of the Commonwealth, though she expressed mild surprise at the news. Sorry, Netoin, I don't know what to tell you. She claimed to have no knowledge of what went on, including what role the Highwind remnants had in the events that reshaped the world on the other side. For her part, Pamitha feigned little interest, making the point that they were stuck, and what happened elsewhere had little to do with them now.
Someone with whom she kept in contact was the bog dweller called Big Bertrude. They would discuss all sorts of matters long into the night, and sometimes hunt together too. Dang. I mean, she is effectively one of the rulers of the new, of the Saurian Union, or whatever it was. Like, she's got a good position. Yeah. There were a lot of feels for Tizo. Jodariel is just in a good place. I'm happy for her. But she never really made the impact that some of the other characters did. Like, I liked her, but, like, I wasn't as invested in her. She didn't have a lot of the same, like, relationship dynamics that some of the other characters did. One day, while traveling to Black Basin, Pamitha ran into her blood sister, Tamitha, for the first time since the conclusion of the rites. Believe what you like, buddy. Their reunion was not as amicable as Pamitha might have hoped, and Tamitha, still resentful of their history together, turned violent. Pamitha would later brush aside the incident, though always had an injury to show for it. Yet, from that point on, the Blood Sisters were back on speaking terms, at least for the most part. Having long since felt as though she had no home to call her own, Pamitha continued traveling about the downside. As the tempest swept across the land, changing its features, she found in it a sublime beauty. And in the starless nights, she still could see just fine. She said such travels tended to remind her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. Concerned about one thing, huh? Well, I mean, she's got Hedwyn and Volfred to kind of be her advisors, right? And I don't know exactly what roles they're playing, so I think she'll be okay. And she can definitely fight for herself. She's fairly cynical, despite the fact that she's a cinnamon roll. But, like, Volfred can plan rings about people. Well, if anyone tries to actual fight her, there's not even a choice there, right? Like, Jodariel beats anybody in a fair fight. Even in an unfair fight, Jodariel beats anybody. I suspect that she wouldn't be overly trusting without Volfred and Hedwyn's approval. I think in any of those decisions, she would follow their... Oh, I see what you mean. No, she'll be fine. That is exactly the kind of thing that Volfred is there to prevent. In addition to the politics stuff. Several exiles of the Nightwings cared more for the plan of Sandalwood than to return home from the downside. The crone called Big Bertrude was a prime example. She had found a suitable environment to live within the dismal region known as Flagging Hands. There, she had built up a thriving place of business known to many exiles in the land. With the rites having ended, she returned to her preoccupations, working away almost as though nothing had happened. We haven't done him yet. When one gets to be more than 400 years of age, perhaps then even monumental events, such as the culmination of the rites or the collapse of the Commonwealth, are seen as trifling matters. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she had admired now for decades. Though they were very far apart now, she sought out news as to his whereabouts, and found his actions in the Saurian Union a rare source of inspiration. Sure, we can do him next. She maintained an unlikely kinship with the harp, Pamitha Thane, whom she had known during their time together on the Nightwings. They each had different strategies for dealing with life's day-to-day annoyances, a subject that they both found vital, if not fascinating to no end. By and large, Bertrude kept focused on her work. Whether casting small enchantments or imbuing talismans, the work brought her a sense of purpose, she would say. In the Commonwealth, such services were strictly forbidden, but in the downside, there was a real need for simple luxuries, which the competing slug market could not always provide. Thus did Big Bertrude continue to live up to her name, and the tales of her days with the Nightwings made her that much more the living legend. And instead of Auric, yeah. That's certainly a question. I don't know what would have changed. Would have been different, probably. When Volfred Sandalwood regained his freedom, he knew that his work had only just begun.
The nation that had exiled him to life in the downside now prepared to honor him, but he was not interested in such ceremony, nor in freedom on the Commonwealth's own terms. He soon rejoined his agents, with whom he had been coordinating for years, slowly, carefully preparing for a night that soon would come. For Sandalwood and his loyalists and sympathizers, true freedom was at stake, not just theirs, but that of everyone living under the Commonwealth. He hoped to gather liberated exiles representing each of the 8 largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as a vision of the 8 scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values, from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites having ended sooner than expected, this optimal scenario became impossible. But Sandalwood did not relent, and prepared to execute his plan, imperfect though it was. On the night of Scribe's return, he stood as one of 6 former exiles of the Nightwings, and their voices echoed together throughout the streets. Trustworthy is a little hard. I trust his motivations. I think he's been honest about them. And I believe that he is dedicated to the plan. However, I think his morals and his ethics are going to be a little loose within there. I think he's willing to go to almost any length in order to make it happen. And, you know, if that means that he's got to dump you by the wayside or backstab you, like, I don't think he would, like, hesitate to do those things in order to see his goals met. So, not necessarily trustworthy depending on how you mean it, but I think he can be trusted to be what he presents himself to be. Especially if your goals align with his. And most of the Nightwing's goals align with his. These former exiles, who ought to have disappeared into the ranks of the Commonwealth's own leadership, now stood united with its people, who poured from their homes in solidarity. It was imperative to Sandalwood that the stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature. An overwhelming show of popular support would be more than enough. Ensuring this was his priority that night, and in the end, the result was self-evident. The plan's goal had been achieved. Sandalwood's work far from over still. Like, I don't think he would, Netoin. I think she's more useful to him unstabbed. My impression of Sandalwood, and I'm probably not giving him enough credit when I say this, my impression of Sandalwood is that he's very utilitarian. He's got some amount of loyalty to his friends, but for the most part, he's dedicated towards the overarching goal. Because the overarching goal is more important than any individual. But that's the thing, I don't think it would be. I think Jodariel is perfectly willing to give her life in support of her friends, in support of the plan. She is all in on support. I think she's safe in his hands. Sandalwood's work far from over still, he labored ceaselessly with representatives from across the population to restore a sense of stability. This transitional period had its troubles, though none that were not quickly solved. Such was the will and spirit of the people. They understood their freedom carried new responsibility. After the Saurian Union was born the next year, Sandalwood was elected as the nation's first prime minister. It was not his intent to run for this office, but the people chose him anyway. He led our fledgling nation through its nascent years. One of his allies in all this was the imp Tizo, with whom he traveled all across the downside. Sandalwood often cited Tizo as the wellspring of his own enthusiasm for a brighter future. Such was the creature's spirit. Yo, Tizo being real helpful. He evidently made amends with his old one-time friend Orelek, with whom he clashed during their days as exiles. Orelek was instated as the nation's chief physician and became a close confidant. As Sandalwood regained more fame throughout this land for all his sacrifices and his contributions, he remained ever steadfast about 2 things. The first was that the cause itself ought to remain in focus, the freedom that the people had achieved. It was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured.
The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who had stood with him, each in turn by name. He never forgot any of them. One day, on his birthday, the people of the Saurian Union presented to him a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. It is since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow former exiles and our cause. Yeah, I mean, overall, he's a good dude. Alright, what happened to Manly? I really hope he suffers. When Manly Tinderstaff realized the rites had ended, and that he no longer could return to the Commonwealth through this ancient means, he was outraged. He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing. When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. Do you not trust yourself, Netoin? He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via messengering, and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system. He attempted to retrofit a flying black wagon with superior propulsion. He tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, even prayer. How Slytherin of you, Netoin. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape the downside, and now it was gone. Tinderstaff's bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin, to Cinderroot. There he yet wallows, complaining to his comrades of the chastity who still put up with him, either about his own misfortune or the latest news from the other side. Cool. Throughout her exile, Tamitha Thane was motivated by a single goal: to return to the Commonwealth and exact vengeance on her ancient enemies. Slytherin need not be villainous. Just be focused on cunning and ambition. Okay, that's fair. They do say power corrupts. When she realized the rites had ended and that she would never see her mountain home again, she nonetheless remained determined to aid her people however possible. She had gathered certain information pertaining to the intentions of the Nightwings, who had formed a pact to regroup on the other side after their liberation. Other such reports exposed certain weaknesses in the Commonwealth defenses, and revealed to the Highwing remnants the opportunity for a risky but potentially impactful strike. Alright, see you, Netoin. As Tamitha could not participate in the assault, she learned what happened well after the outcome. On that night, known as the Scribe's Return, the Commonwealth had fallen. The Highwing remnants thus prevailed at last, without even having to fight. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha encountered her blood sister, Pamitha, come to pay her a visit. Pamitha had hoped their people's victory on the other side would be cause for reconciliation. Tamitha was skeptical of her intentions, however, and lashed out at her. Pamitha made no attempt to elude the attack, and was struck full on. This cost Pamitha the use of her right wing, yet after she recovered, she shrugged the incident aside, and said maybe they could call it even now. From that point on, the Blood Sisters kept a formal distance, but were cordial with each other. Knowing that the conflict on the other side had ended, Tamitha retreated to the crags of Black Basin, and grew ever more distant. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though, for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any such weakness. Of course not. Tamitha would never admit a weakness. This jerk! All his life, brave Sir Robin had fled from one danger only to find himself facing another. He had escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion, he had escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth, and now he had escaped the rites. After the rites had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient test were crestfallen, as their last chances to return to their homes vanished, along with the stars above. But Deluge did not mind, for this outcome meant that, at last, there was no burden of responsibility weighing down on him. While most of his fellow exiles of the Pyre Hearts yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven as ever by their impulses toward conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him for some inexplicable reason. Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity. That's gross. I don't know who you are, and I don't care.
Grazie benefactus.
Refuse to believe the rites are truly ended. Lendl the Liar. Yeah, alright. Sure, he became a demon. Great. What's up with Malith? After Udmild, rather. Sorry, whoa. After the cycle of the rites had ceased, Witch Udmild returned to the Flagging Hands region, where she sealed herself within the Pit of Malith. Oh no. There, even her fellow exiles of the Withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved after a time and left her to her vile work. Sometime later, the Pit of Malith erupted into flame. So intense was the conflagration that it could be seen all the way from Jomir Valley. Arson was suspected, though the cause was never verified, and many bog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. A tempest blowing from the north finally quenched the flames. When at last the ashes settled, and the grounds had cooled, the site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition. No trace of Witch Udmild could be found. As for the contents of the Pit of Malith, which, notably, included a profane object thought to be the remains of Islak, all of it was gone as well. Back in the Saurian Union, Udmild's repeated threats of the return of Islak were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims. Once it became clear to Ignarius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew that it was time for him and the Tempers to call it quits. I love this brass, dude. But first, he and the Tempers decided to celebrate, and that they did, for many, many nights. The revelry did eventually subside. The exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside then, searching for some meaning in his life, sometimes taking odd jobs requiring his brute strength. He never remained alone for very long, and took on many lovers in his time. However, he sometimes thought about the one he had called Curly Horns, and what became of her. Man, what if I had let him escape? Would he have met up with Jodariel? Would they have hooked up? Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, he always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at that time. Alright, Baka! Barker Ashpaws never had much interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he always found its bylaws to be stifling. So when the rites ended, he didn't care at first. He soon grew very bored. The rites had given his life a certain sense of structure he had always needed. He missed the raw anticipation of it all. He decided to continue conducting the rites for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. His packmates, the dissidents, proved more than happy to participate, and thus they ran against each other back in Jomir Valley. Gradually, other exiles familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it at all, started to take an interest. They ended up giving Barker Ashpaws some healthy competition. Sweet! A sportsman through and through! For love of the game! His old feud with Rookie Greentail ceased meaning anything to him, and he forgot all about it amid his new pursuits. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who had led such a directionless existence to that point, found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any other exile of his time, or more, was oft debated by those who watched him work. When the worm Gilman returned to the Commonwealth, he believed that he had regained something even more important than his freedom. His honor. Gilman relinquished his knighthood and declined an opportunity to serve as captain on the Blood Border. He was not interested in fighting any longer. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those such as he, a circumstance soon came about in which there came a need for him to once again make use of his military training. Thankfully, however, the scribe's return ended peaceably. Gilman was on edge throughout that night, expecting violence to erupt at any moment, but the moment never came. When the matter was at last put to rest, then Gilman truly knew his time as a knight had ended. He declared to all those in earshot that he would never fight again. Unless, of course, there arose some other extraordinary set of circumstances, again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, just in case, especially with his fleet-footed friend, Rookie Greentail. He was always grateful for having studied under the reader of the Nightwings, hey, that's me! Without whom he would never have completed his penance. Because of this, and perhaps because they were on opposite sides of the worlds now, Gilman dedicated his life to him. Yo. By that point, he had long forgotten about his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge, his former commander. Breaking free of his abusive leadership was his first step toward gaining a bit of self-respect. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion, and was content to lead a monastic life on a small residence in the hills. It was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily training regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself, to be renewed each day. Aw, he figured it out. So, Rookie, what's your deal? After Rookie Greentail earned back his freedom, he returned to a lavish welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth, as was the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury, and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with Volfred Sandalwood's revolutionary forces, as he promised. On the night of Scribe's return, Greentail was there with the others, inspiring the masses. He never looked prouder, the very image of Jomir Manymane himself. When dawn finally came, and it became clear that the Commonwealth that everybody knew would be no more, he realized many new opportunities awaited. He began quite a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was to meet demand. An aspect of his conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing. But the money was too good, and soon his family was as well off as he always said. He also kept in close touch with Gilman, ever the perfect practice partner. They would train together often, taking care to stay in tip-top shape as much as possible throughout the years. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends, and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with the group of friends he came to know so well during his time with the Nightwings, wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail at a loss for words sometimes. Oh. Hedwyn? After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth and was vital to the outcome of the plan. I kinda suspected he might be. The peaceful outcome of the scribe's return was attributed to several key factors. One of them was the underlying ambition of the plan itself. Another was Hedwyn's visibility among the people in the streets. Identified to be a liberated exile, he was believed to be Gol Golathanian, reborn. More importantly, however, was that one of the winged harps of the High-Wing remnants accompanied him. She was later identified as Fikani Shang. He hooked up with Fikani! Man, everybody ends up happy! This is great! Everybody ended up happy, except for the people who don't deserve happiness. Their bond was symbolic of what was at stake that night, and proved vital to the peace that followed. In all his days as a leader in the Saurian Union, Hedwyn oft confided in his friend, Jodariel. Despite her intense manner, there was no one whom he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think back about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jodariel, Rookie Greentail, and the Reader of the Nightwings that they might all be free again together. He had broken that vow, for in the end, not all of them were able to return. A terrible guilt over this darkened his mood for a time. However, the others whom he still knew lifted his spirits, much like he had often lifted theirs. All of the Nightwings knew the stakes. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not all able to remain in contact with us, Hedwyn thought of each of them often, and so in turn, did they oft think of him. And last, and definitely not least, the Beyonder, Sandra the Unseeing, Best Girl.
Gitamo templi.
After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings became inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest that the exiles of the Nightwings who remained in the downside continued to make use of the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and their means of travel. I don't think that's true. Maybe Shay, but Pamitha and Bertrude definitely had their own things going. However, there is no record of what happened to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of the Rites, or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the apparition Sandra the Unseeing. One possibility is that when the lone minstrel took his leave, he took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal ever existed, or rather, that the visions that it granted were anything other than the result of an active imagination, or a fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bogs offer still another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. If there existed such an object, in which the Sisters of the Arch had been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain. Other than, it may have meant that they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown. Yet, those exiles of the Nightwings who claimed to have seen this apparition all spoke of her with degrees of reverence, or perhaps a little fear.
Visitera Rumsia?
Can you believe this, reader? Honestly. Sandra has appeared before you, as well you can see.
Nera Zeratrujan.
They are so far from the mark with all this nonsense, I am wont to laugh. In fact, here goes. She laughs. She is referring to the account of her. You sense she does not care for it.
Vare Tarakusta.
Well, let them gossip all they like. I merely wish that they would mention you at least in passing when next they are at it. Though they shall never know even the half of it, shall they? Sandra seems irritated by the incomplete account of what happened to her. Perhaps making some light of the situation will make Sandra feel better. You indicate to Sandra that the real truth of what happened between you would perhaps make too lascivious a tale to be told in such a format. Yeah! She makes a bemused sound at this.
Analescrita Domia.
Perhaps that story ought to get out then. To think that they would go to all the trouble to make literacy accepted once again, only to print such drivel. Anyway, let us keep going, lovely reader. We won't know the truth of it. We know the truth of it. That is what matters. She fades into the Beyonder Crystal for now, and you tuck it away. Safe. There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of him. However, some accounts of him begin to paint a picture. Yes, tell me about me! We know he was of common birth, always directionless, and prone to misremembering at times. Who among us aren't? The journey to the downside left him close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found him. They brought him from the brink. He showed them the path. He pressed onward with the others. He had made a vow to help his friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. By the time the final rite arrived, the reader knew he could not go free. In the end, like so many others, he remained in exile. From that point on, accounts of him diverged. It is said the voice, which troubled him, he never heard again. Ah! Correct. Some say he opted for a place to settle in the downside. Though, whether that is true, only he knows. Someday, perhaps, that reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the dark of night in all its brilliant glory. Until such time, and ever after,
all of us give thanks.
Their journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone.
The tales of my exploits, related through song.
When he arrived, the book of rights awakened the night wings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in our brain till the end.
Why does this sound kind of like a Tenacious D song?
Of the last of the night wings who, having broken the cycle,
Maybe this is a tribute.
live on in song. Headwind prevailed and strode the path that his heart laid before him. He has found his way home. Captain Joe Dariel, mother to many a foundling, she has found her way home. Rookie Greentail has proved his worth and returned to his family by the grace of the scribes. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a brain.
This is really good.
The moon-touched girl feels the scribes in the heart of the downside. She remained to the end.
Tizo prevailed, first of his lowly kind, to ascend from the downside. He has found a new home.
There must be
Sir Gilman the Bold,
like bunches of different verses, right?
in his quest, finding honor and glory,
That's really cool.
he has found his way home.
Now I want to hear all the alternate verses for like.
Amith the Thane, born on guilty wings, ever seeking forgiveness. She remains to the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Bound together, spirits together, strands unbroken, scribes awoken. Wolfred prevailed as the night wings guide, having led them to glory.
I'm legit tearing up, you guys. This is really good.
Found his way home.
The bog dweller Bertrude kept their foes at bay with her finest enchantments. She remained till the end. The reader at last made the night wings whole, having bound them together. He remains till the end. They follow the stars, bound together,
to the stars. We shall find a way home.
This is so goddamn beautiful.
We shall find our way home. We shall find our way home.
It's the music that gets me. It's so good, it's so well put together, it's so well written, and it's so emotionally charged. Like, I was mega invested in Undertale. I cared so much about the characters. But, like, I wasn't crying like this. The only other game that's hit me this hard was To the Moon. And I think a lot of that is down to the soundtrack of that game as well. And the music was just so emotional and so impactful. True Nightwing campaign mode unlocked. What the heck is this? Sorry guys, I need a second. I'll be back. Whew, alright. Yeah, that is a really good question, Senna. What indeed is this True Nightwing campaign? I like the idea that the reader, left alone at the end, finally found himself the library he always wanted to live in. So if I new campaign, True Nightwing. Your adversaries shall be favored by the stars themselves. Base difficulty same as heightened. All Titan stars unlocked, some must be used. Enlightenment required to rank up rescaled. Cannot load checkpoints or restart rights. Slug Market inventory fully unlocked. Feats of Glory introduced much sooner. Dang. Well, if you wanted a challenge, here it is. Mega hard mode. I am not convinced that I am ready for that. Alright, I'm done, you guys. I am wrung the heck out. This game has wrecked me. I am officially destroyed.
Although if I load from here, I can redo the last battle if I want. I'm kind of curious. True Nightwings are certainly a ridiculous fight. I'm gonna see if I can go through this again. Let's commence the final liberation, and this time not screw myself over.
Legaratus. Yara amitada.
Himanoli.
Ceramiscus.
Time Singer Horn.
Let's see if I can't win this one. Got a little bit of time. It's only 11:30. Give this a shot. Maybe getting back into the action will help me find my emotional equilibrium.
Look, for one last time. Upon the fall of Solium, dear reader,
Is there a way for me to skip
hear me.
the cutscene?
For
Doesn't seem like it.
one
Alright.
last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite.
Yeah, let us.
You face none other than yourselves.
Not exactly, but sure.
Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free,
Is it though?
for you deserve each other.
Pare legaratus.
Noxala.
One final opportunity for salvation
Alright, I don't think this changes.
for the rest of you.
I think I still anoint Bertrude.
Who shall be at her side?
Did I keep the... I didn't keep the one I wanted to keep. Alright, well, you still get Flame Leech.
Shay.
Pistale Octaloribas.
And I am mega bad with Pamitha. I have realized this. So I need to give her something else. Deals 8 damage. This is 5 damage anyway. I think she's fine as is.
Very well.
Alright, let's see if I can actually win this. You try.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Ah, that's not what I was looking for. Ah, he's so quick. Ah! Didn't jump in time. Wow. This is a ridiculous fight. This really is. Ah!
They're so quick! Ah! God damn, getting points is hard. Ah! That's what it takes, that's what it takes. Oh yeah, they are. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do about that. Bad timing too. Ah!
Now go.
Nah, I'm dead. Ah! The timing on that, I'm so bad at this.
Simply
So bad at this.
Big on Bertrand. Your
We're
exiles
out.
all are
Get your
banished, and
points.
the orb was cast into your pyre.
Yeah, I thank you for letting me know. I wish I could do something about it. Like it's a poor end of the stream, unfortunately.
Brighter than your own.
Whoa, spiked.
An opportunity.
Ah! Ooh, the dashes, so good.
The Nightwings now are closer to achieving victory. Now,
Oh no,
all three Nightwings. Poof. The flame is
they're so
stricken.
quick. They're so quick. Like it's so hard to match them.
How he has changed, that Orlek. Grown old and bitter lo these many years.
Nah. Woo!
Oh, seize the orb. Now that is how
Whew.
it's not a flame.
That's so much damage. Wow. Yes! Significantly better than Bill Lambier's combat basketball. Ooh. Ah! Nope, 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 nope. Unfortunate.
is
Got him.
at last.
So let's see what's different.
The Nightwings proved their worth. Rather convincingly, I must admit.
Thank you. Not so
Thus
bad.
ends the liberation rite.
With less Titan stars, not so
Thus,
bad.
The scribes have chosen
A foreseeable outcome. The one which we desired.
You look upon Bertrand for what you expect shall be the last time you see each other. Any moment now, the Shimmer Pool shall engulf her. Oh, this is a bunch of any moment now. Yep, same as before.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. No. Nightwings. Reader.
Again, he's blaming me for this. I don't understand. I don't understand why he thinks I am the one to blame here. Yeah, somebody's Dropbox or something must have turned on.
A fortunate result now coupled with an inauspicious turn.
Yep, this is the same. This is the same.
Senim. Sunt videte. Sare. Nim.
Okay, so this is all the same, but now Bertrand gets the choice.
Pyre.
Ah, so this is how the reader gets back.
Trageru sare. Simadare. Irate ligeratus. Ut tempra dantas. Ligeratus.
Huh. Alright. The reader getting home, I think... I don't know how much that changes, actually. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. I wanted to see Bertrand go. But maybe I'll pick myself instead. Sure, yeah, let's do it. And I'm taking Sandra with me, which is even better.
Pavensare.
He is gone. He and everyone. All you feel is the coldness of the rush of water coursing all around you. Bertrand gave her freedom so that you may have yours. Bertrand kinda didn't care anyway, huh?
Godspeed, reader. By the scribes. No stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished. The Commonwealth. What shall become of it?
It doesn't
What
deserve
shall
to
become
keep
of
going
us?
anyway.
Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside.
Man, even without any Titan stars, that was hard
not
fought.
enough.
I wonder. I really, really wonder just how bad hard mode is. That night, an exiled reader returned to the Commonwealth. He was to be the last. The stars had faded and the cycle of the rites had run its course. He found the Commonwealth in great upheaval, spurred by the efforts of 6 liberated exiles. Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. That's the same. This is the same. This is the same. Yeah. Yep. So for the most part, I'm expecting this to be the same as before, right? This is going to be different, though.
Nocere Cramios.
After the Shimmer Pool closed for what would be the last time, Aurelek looked around him in the flickering light of the Nightwing's still-burning pyre. He then turned to the fall of Solium and looked up toward the black starless sky. He cursed the 8 scribes then, one after the other. After that, he strode forward, towards the waters coursing from the side of Mount Elodial, and, without hesitating, he cast himself down. Aurelek's body was never recovered. The drop from Mount Elodial does not appear survivable, although Aurelek did survive it once. That time, however, he was filled with fury. Such was the betrayal he had suffered when his fellow exile claimed his rightful freedom. This time, Aurelek was filled with nothingness, and chose to leave the downside in the one way he still knew he could. The other Nightwings, who were witness to this, never forgot what they saw. So how much has changed for Volfred then?
Silta Vidias.
That's the same. All of this is the same so far. This is aha, because the reader is now back. So there's the reader. So Aurelek is no longer around to offer to get to rekindle his friendship with Volfred and Tizo. But the reader is now around and counted as one of the chief advisors and most trusted friends. That's the same. Okay. Tizo's thing changed? Often chirped about the reader of the Nightwings, with whom he had built quite a rapport. The reader understood him better than anyone. This might have changed. Ah. This has not changed at all, because nobody knows that I took the orb. The account was relatively flattering, despite a lack of detail. Could have been worse. You can tell she is unswayed, and yet her grin remains intact. She appreciates the gesture. Cool. I'm not expecting anything else to be different. Because none of the others referenced the reader, did they? So now I'm just running through this to get to the song again. Is really the only thing I care about at this point. This is I'm totally expecting these to be the same. Like, Pamitha and Bertrud and Shay didn't interact with me at all. Headwinds is gonna be different? What's gonna be different about Headwinds? Oh, I think that's true. That's true. I forgot. Okay, so the ones that are up in the people that are freed might have interactions with me. Yeah. That's the same. That's the same. Hedwyn would often think back about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jodariel, Rookie Greentail, and the Reader of the Nightwings that they might all be free again together. His promise had come to pass, though he always knew that this was not his own doing. He was always deeply grateful to the other three, his closest friends. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not all able to remain in contact with us, Hedwyn thought of each of them often, and so, in turn, did they oft think of him. Cool. wonder if Jordario reference gives me. Yeah, everything else is going to be the same.
Más spectacular.
Concealed Avidias?
Was there a reference to the reader with Gilman? I don't think there was. Oh no, there was there. Yeah. There was one reference to the reader. I skipped past it too quickly. Too bad.
Concealed Avidias.
Yeah, the rest of this is unchanged.
Concealed Avidias.
It's kind of cool that everybody has the same voice clip. Except for Slug. Doitai. That's all pretty close to the same. Alright, so not a whole lot changed. Oh my god, I don't know that I can listen to this again. Alright, I'm gonna let this play out, and then cut stream afterwards. I'll be back in a bit.
When he arrived, the book of rights awakened the night wings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars bound together, strands in our brain till the end. We sing of the last of the night wings who, having broken the cycle, shall live on in song. Headwind prevailed and strode the path that his heart laid before him. He has found his way home. Captain Joe Dariel, mother to many a foundling, she has found her way home. Rookie Greentail has proved his worth and returned to his family.
This credit music fucking killed me.
By the grace of
I actually think that every time I hear this music, it is going to cause me to break out into tears. Can't even watch this. I'll be back in a bit.
The moon-touched girl feels the scribes in the heart of the downside. She remained to the end.
Tizo prevailed, first of his lowly kind, to ascend from the downside. He has found a new home.
fog dweller Bertrude kept their foes at bay with her finest enchantments. She remained till the end.
The reader at last made the night wings whole and ascended to freedom. He has found his way home.
So it does change a little bit. It's just too much for me.
Now at the end, as we bid farewell and return to the stars,
Music.
we shall find our way home. We shall find our way home. We shall find our way home.
The song is too strong. Too strong. And this final scene is unchanged, it seems. It's still the library. Although, is that a different view outside of the window? I don't actually remember what it looked like. I'll have to compare and go back and listen to it over the VOD. Maybe I'm looking at the Commonwealth now instead of looking at the downside. Wouldn't surprise me.